Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com. In this video, we're gonna add some code that will verify our pass points if they've already been set. So at the moment, when our application starts up, we see a screen which asks the user to enter a set of pass points, which is going to be the points that they want to touch in order to gain access to the application in future. But what we want is, if they've already done that once, next time the application starts up, we don't want to see this dialog that says create your pass point sequence. We just want to present them with the image, and then they have to touch the right points on the image to unlock the application. Now, I have a confession to make at this point, and I have to explain something, which is that the original version of this video that I created was pretty confusing because there aren't too many new Android concepts in this video. Originally I just implemented it, and then in this video I said, here's what I've done, and you can try to do that yourself. And lots of people said to me that that was really confusing because, partly because a lot of people like to type in the code as they go along, and you can't know if what you're typing is going to match the final project or not unless I explain it in some detail. And indeed, I watched the original of this video myself, and it was extremely confusing even for me, so apologies for that. Unfortunately, I made a big mistake when I recorded these videos originally, which is that I didn't save every step of development as I went along. You've got the final source code, but I didn't save the workspace that went with every particular video. Fortunately, Nathan Hazout, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Nathan, emailed me his code that he'd entered up to lecture 24 and asked me to redo 25 based on his code, which I'm very happy to do, and I really should have done it a long time ago. So what I did was I took Nathan's code, which I've got here from lecture 24, and I'm going to upload that to lecture 24 so you can check it if you want. I reconstructed what I originally did in this video, which was a lot of code, and originally I did that offline and just explained it much too briefly in this video. And so I reconstructed all that stuff, and now in this video, I'm going to go through it line by line, but I'm going to refer to the stuff that I reconstructed so that I don't go typing something that's different to what I've got in the final project. Now, this is going to be a very long video, and I'm going to record it in 3 parts and then splice them together so subsequent video numbers don't get out of order. But you might want to tackle this bit by bit. I'm going to kind of announce part 1, part 2, part 3, but they're all going to be ultimately in this one video, so it's going to be pretty long. And I'll supply you with the workspaces that go with this video as well. So this now is part 1, and what we're going to do in part 1 of this video is I'm going to make it so that we've got some preferences which are saved when the user stores a set of pass points. So when they get this dialog and they click OK and they press 4 points, at that point, not only are we going to save those points, but we're also going to save some preferences to the database so that we know that, that we previously saved a set of pass points. And therefore, next time the application starts up, we check those preferences and we find that a Boolean value has been saved, and we know that we don't have to ask them to store the pass points again. We know that we just need to present them with this image, and they have to press the right points to unlock the application. So what we need are some shared preferences. Let's go to our source here, and let's go to image activity here. And if I scroll down here, then in points collected, so this code will run, you'll recall, when we've collected 4 points. And this is actually saving those points to the database. Now, there's actually a bug in this, which I'm going to fix before I go any further. Because if we look at point collector, what I was doing originally was we collect the points and then we do points.clear immediately. I'm not really sure what I was thinking of when I wrote that. I can hardly believe it's there. But if we collect the points and then clear them immediately, how can we save them to the database? I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But if that line is there, you need to get rid of it because that's just a mistake. We need to collect the points and we need to clear this list of points only after we've saved them. So what I'll do here is I'll give this a method called public void clear, and in this method we'll do points.clear. So let's save that. So that allows us to clear the list of points that we've collected at the moment, but we only need to call this method after we've saved those points. Calling it earlier is useless. So let's go back to image activity now, and in on post execute. So in my points collected method, after we've done the kind of body of this async task in doing background, after that on post execute will be called, and that's where we're dismissing the dialog. And we can also in there say point collector. We can say what did I call it? Points dot clear. Yeah, point collector. So we can say point collector dot clear. Call that method, and then the point collector is ready to collect another set of points, which we need it to do in future. So hopefully now we should be saving these points. And actually, I'm just going to put a little check in here. We've got this debug tag here, this debug output saying point saved. Let's just also there output the number of points in a list, because I just want to double check this. So we'll say here points dot size. So the points that have been collected by the point collector, which are supplied to this method, we just want to check that we have indeed got 4 of them at that point. Okay, so now in on post execute, now we need to put that code in to save a preference to say that we've now saved those points. So I'll need a string constant key, which will be the key for those preferences. So I'm going to go to the top of image activity here, and I'm going to create a private static final string, and I'll call that password underscored set equals, and we can just put it equal to password set. I should really call it passpoint set, but this is what I called it when I coded this originally, so I'll follow that again because I want to keep this in sync with the end final result here, the final project at the end. And I don't know if I mentioned, I don't think I've just mentioned this, my memory is like a sieve these days, but I'm also working on a Mac now. It's like a year since I originally recorded this video, and I've got a Mac here, so things look a little bit different. And in case you're interested, I have to say installing the SDK on a Mac was much easier than installing it on my €200 laptop that I was previously using to create this course. And programming on the Mac really is a joy, so I can recommend it if you've got the cash and you're serious about programming. It's definitely worth getting a Mac, although you can't really do Windows stuff on it, of course. Okay, so we've got that key now. Let's just copy it, and I'm going to go down here to the on post execute method of my points collected method. So the on post execute method of my async task here in points collected, and I'm going to declare a shared preferences. We'll call it prefs and set it equal to get preferences, and the mode is going to be mode underscore private. And I need an editor to edit these prefs, so I'm going to say shared preferences dot editor. I'll call that editor equals prefs dot edit, and let's say editor dot put boolean with the key that I just created, password set, and a value true. So we just want to record a Boolean flag to say that we've saved these preferences, and then I need to do editor.commit. So now we've done that, there are a couple of places where we need to check these preferences and take different actions depending on whether this value has been set or not. Firstly, if we go up to the top of the application here, what we're doing at the moment is we're showing a prompt to say to the user, please create your passpoint sequence. I'm going to change the name of this method actually. In fact, I'll just refer to what I called it the first time that I coded this, because I want to make sure that I don't tell you anything different. So this is my reconstructed code, and yeah, I renamed this method to show set passpoints prompt. Okay, so I'm going to right click show prompt here and go to refactor, rename, and show set passpoints prompt, which is a much better name. It's much more descriptive. And then here in the onCreate method of image activity, I can say shared preferences, prefs equals get preferences mode private, mode underscore private, and I can get that Boolean value. So Boolean passpoints set equals prefs dot get Boolean, and the key is this password set here, and the default value is going to be false. So if that preference doesn't exist, it means the passpoints haven't been set, and therefore we want this Boolean to be false, and we're going to check that and then show this dialog saying set your passpoints. So then we can say if not passpoint set, then let's get the right kind of bracket in here, then show passpoints prompt, and if they have been set, we don't want to show that dialog. We just want to present them with an image which they understand they have to press the right points on this special image in order to unlock the application. I'm going to copy this stuff here that gets the preference because we need to use it further down as well. So let's scroll down here right to the bottom, and in fact, yeah, I need to create a new method here. I'm going to type a couple of method stubs, and one of them is going to be, let's say, private void save passpoints, and that's going to take the final list of points. And I'm going to put all my saving code in here for reasons that you'll see in just a second. And I'm going to create another method, private void verify passpoints, which also takes the final list of points. And what this is going to do is it's going to check the points that the user just entered against the ones that we've stored in a database, and it's going to decide on the basis of those points whether to let them into the application or not. So this save passpoints, I'm going to take all the code from points collected. I'm just going to cut it out of points collected, and I'm going to paste it into save passpoints. So we've got save passpoints, and that's got all the saving code in it. Now this points collected, you'll recall, is going to be run whenever the user has touched 4 points. So the point collector runs this because via the kind of observer pattern, we've got this set listener, and it runs this method when it's collected 4 points. So it's going to run this. So in here, I'm going to say, let's paste in that code. Whoops, I'm going to have to copy it again actually. I'm going to copy this code that gets the Boolean preference to say whether the passpoints have been saved or not. And I'm going to scroll down here and put it in points collected. And now we're going to say if not passpoint set. So if they haven't been set, then we need to call save passpoints and pass it the list of points that's been collected. So we only run this method when we've collected 4 points, and that's either going to be because we want to save them, or else if they have been set already, we need to just say verify passpoints. and this is going to decide whether to let the user into the application or not. So let's save that, and I'm just going to put some debug in here. I'm going to say log.d main activity dot debug tag, and we'll say saving pass points dot dot dot, and I'm going to copy that, and here let's have verifying pass points so we can see if this is working correctly, verifying pass points. Now I'm going to run this application and we'll see how the behavior of it is different to before. So I'll click the application and click run, and if I look at the console down here, then it's starting. So now we should see that dialog that asks us to save some pass points. Hopefully. Let's just check, is it actually starting? I think it is. I'm going to try that again. I'll select the project, click run, and now it definitely says starting. So where is my dialog? Well, I think it's possible that I've got some preferences saved from when I tried this previously. Well, in that case, this is a good place to show you how to clear saved preferences. If you go to DDMS and you go to the File Explorer tab here, and navigate to Data. So you see this massive list of folders. Navigate to Data, Data, and the package name for your application, which is com.kvaprogramming.android.notescroll in this case, shared preferences folder, and then here's an XML file, and that's where your preferences are stored. And I'm just going to where they're stored, sorry. And I'm just going to click this red delete button in the upper right here to get rid of those preferences. And the reason that they are there is because I've run this previously on this computer, which is my mistake. So let's go back to this again, and let's go back to Eclipse, back to the Java tab, and I'm just going to do a project clean to make sure that we do run the project from scratch. Select the project and click run. This time, hopefully, we're going to see that dialog come up. So in the kind of next tutorials, I'm going to probably want to clear those preferences again, and that's a much easier way to do it than uninstalling your application or restarting the emulator or something. Here's the dialog. Let's click OK, and before I do anything, let's go to Logcat in Eclipse and click my debug tag, and yeah, just make sure it's clear. So it is. Otherwise, I would clear it with this button here. So I'll tick 4 points. I'll press 4 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and it should say storing. And I don't see any debug stuff here. That's weird. Let's try this one. Not quite sure what's going on. Yeah, so it didn't come out down there. I don't know why that is, but anyway, we are getting debug, which is the main thing, and it says saving pass points, and it says point save 4, so we know that we've hopefully saved those points. Let's see what happens if I now run these again. Well, if I just tick if I click any 4 points basically, and we'll look at Eclipse, and the second time it says verifying pass points. So what's happened now is we've gone into this code because we've saved that preference instead of this code. Let's just run this one last time from scratch. So I'm going to go to Project Clean, and I'm not going to delete the preferences this time because I just want to see what happens if we start this application up again. I'm going to click Run, and so this time we shouldn't see the dialog that asks you to save your pass points. We're just presented with this image, and the idea is now that the user presses the right 4 points, and it's kind of like a secret thing, and then it will unlock the rest of the application, except at the moment it's just going to say verifying pass points. Okay, so that's it for this part of the tutorial, and we're going to go immediately on to part 2. So I'm not going to say happy coding as usual, because I'm going to splice the next video with this one, and you can just keep watching. Hello, this is John again, and well, for me it's the start of a new video, but I'm going to splice this with the last one, so if you'll be continuing the last one, I guess. And what we're going to look at here is returning values from async tasks, because let's take a look at the code here. So I've created a new workspace, which I'll also upload with this video, which is just a copy of the code that we created last time. I'm going to go to image activity, and now we've got to implement this verify passpoints method. And because this is saving to the database, and because we want it to show and then dismiss a dialog, again I'm going to use an async task to run code in the background and to give the GUI a chance to actually display the dialog. So I'm going to refer to the code that I've previously implemented. So I've previously implemented all of this because I don't want to show you something different to what's in the final application, as I explained earlier. So let's just check. And if I go here to verify passpoints, let's take a look. So the first thing we need to do is create a builder. So create a dialog using a dialog builder. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say here alert dialog. Let's take a look. Yeah, alert dialog dot builder equals new alert dialog dot builder, and I pass it a reference to the context here. And we need to, we just need a message in this dialog checking passpoints. I just want it to tell the user that the application is actually doing something. Let's say builder dot set message checking passpoints, and we could put this in our strings file later on as well, but I'll just type it out here for the moment. And then of course we just need to create the dialog and show it. So let's say here builder dot create dialog, and that returns an alert dialog. Builder.create, alert dialog dlg equals builder.create and dlg.show. Now, once we've done this, we can launch into our asynchronous task. So I need a new async task here. I'm going to type async task, and for the first two parameters I'm going to type void, but for the third one I'm going to type boolean. And the reason for that I'll explain in a minute, but basically it allows us to get a value back from our background process into the main application from out of that thread. So let's say here I'll call it task equals new async task, and Eclipse has automatically filled in boolean for the third parameter here for me, and I'm going to open a curly bracket there, and we close it down here, and let's put a semicolon in as well. And I'll click the error and go to add unimplemented methods, and you'll notice now that doing background returns a boolean value, and for the moment let's just return false. Now what is that for? Well, let's put the cursor down here and right click and go to source override implement methods, and I'm going to override the onPostExecute method as we did previously when we were saving the passpoints. And the difference is now that this now takes a parameter with the boolean type, and whatever we return here from our background process we receive here in onPostExecute. And you'll recall that we can't actually, I think I mentioned this before, that we can't actually update the GUI in our background thread here. We can't touch the GUI in doing background. We can only implement background stuff like saving to a database, for example. But we can change the GUI in onPostExecute. So in here we can say dlg.dismiss, except that this is going to have to be final because we can't refer to non-final local variables within a method of an anonymous class. So I need to change this here to final, and that of course is why these points are final as well. So, whoops, not there, that's the wrong place. Where we declare it, I need to say final alert dialog, and then we can refer to it down here. The error goes away. So we're going to run some code in doing background that gets the existing set of pass points out of the database and compares them with the new set that the user has just clicked on. And it says either yes, they match, in which case we return true, or else no, they don't match, in which case we return false. So in onPostExecute here, let's look at the stuff that I implemented previously, which is what's in the final app. Then in my onPostExecute method, at that point, we can either start a new main activity or display a toast saying access denied. So let's go ahead and do that. And I also can clear the set of collected points, which red is the point collector, to collect a new set of points. So let's say here point collector dot clear. So so at this point we've either verified the points that the user has entered. Yes, they've entered the right points, and we should let them into the application, or else we've determined that they've entered the wrong set of points. And in either case, we want to clear out this point collector so that it's ready for use in future. So here we can say, let's change result to, I think I called it pass. Let's check. Yeah, pass. Let's call it pass, and I'm going to say if pass. Then we can start a new main activity and let them into the now newly unlocked portion of the application. So I say intent I equals new intent, and I pass it the context here, and let me check, because it's like a year since I did a whole lot of Android programming and it is going out of my head. So, yeah, so in fact we can't pass it this because we're in a method of an anonymous class. We need to say image activity dot this, otherwise this would refer to the async task anonymous class that we're in. And the class that I want to launch is main activity dot class. And then we can say, let's add the import for intent. And I can say, let's just check here. So yeah, all I need to do is say start activity actually. So it's pretty simple. Let's say, start activity. Start activity. My brain can just about handle coding things from scratch. Sometimes I have to look up stuff before tutorials, but if I have to type the exact same thing again, I really can't do it, which is why I have to refer to this stuff now. So otherwise we'll just output a toast here, and we'll just say access denied with like a long length. So yeah, did I type? Yeah, I said if pass equals true. Let's say if pass equals true, just to make it a little bit clearer. Well, it's Boolean, so we don't actually need equals true. But so in other words, if doing background determines that the user should be let into the next part of the application, this doing background is going to return true, which would come through here as true, which will be true here, and we'll start the main activity. Else it's going to return false, and we'll have false here for pass. And in that case, we're going to say toast.makeText. Context is image activity.this. The text is going to be, let's say, access denied, or you could say something a bit more wordy if you prefer. And the duration is going to be toast.length long, and we need to say .show to show the toast. Okay, so I think that looks good. Now, if I run this now, what should happen is that it's going to say access denied every time. Let's try it. So let's go to I need to get the right project here. So that's 25.2 now. We're on part 2 of video 25. And I'm going to just select that and run it. And let's take a look at the emulator here. So now, wait, I forgot something, didn't I? I forgot to execute this task. Let's do that. So down here, we need to say task.execute with no parameters. And I'll save this. Okay, let's try again. So select the project and click run, and we'll take a look at the emulator. So now, because I'm returning false here, this is always going to be false because this is just this, and we should always therefore do this rather than this. Let's check it. So I'll touch 4 points. It's not going to matter which 4, and it says access denied down there. And now at this point I've cleared the list of pass points, so it's ready to collect 4 more, and again it says access denied. On the other hand, if we return true here, then this is going to be true, and we're going to do this. Let's try that. So I'll save it, select the project, click run, and hopefully now, no matter what points I check, it's going to let us through. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Checking pass points, and we're through to we've unlocked the application, we're through to the main activity. So the next step here in the third part of this video is going to be that we need to put the code actually in here that is actually going to check our pass points, the ones that the user just entered, against the ones that are currently in the database. And that's going to be in part 3, which is coming right now. Welcome to part 3 of this video. So I've created a copy of the project from last time so that I can give you all 3 steps here. And now what we need to do is we need to add some code that's going to be able to actually verify our set of pass points against the ones that are in the database. And to do that, we're going to use a bit of Pythagoras. So I'm going to go through this step by step. I'm going to refer to the code that I previously implemented because I want to make sure it's pretty much exactly the same. Okay, so that is that I previously implemented after I finished creating the whole course last time. Okay, so I'm going to clear out the preferences from this project. Let's go to DDMS and navigate to the same location that I showed you before. So it's like data, and your package and shared preferences, and just delete that, and I'll go back to the Java perspective here and select the project, and let's just run it. Yeah, I may as well run it because it's always good to run stuff. And so we should see that dialog coming up asking us to enter our set of pass points now at this point. So I click OK, and I'm going to very carefully click 4 points on this image that I'm going to remember. It says storing, and if we look at Eclipse, we should see that we've saved 4 points. Okay, so I'll go into this project here, and I'll go to the source, and we need image activity verify pass points, and that's what we need to implement at this point. So here in doing background, we need to get the points from the database. So we're going to have to get our list of saved points. Let's say here list point. I'll call it saved points equals db.get points. And we've also got our list of points that have just been touched. So this verify pass points is going to be running because the user's just touched 4 points. So let's call this, the argument to it, let's call it touched points. So we've got touched points, and we need to compare them to saved points. And the first thing I'd like to do here actually is let's just put a log.d in with main activity.debug tag, because I just quite like to know that the points I've got out of the database have the right number in them. So let's say something like loaded points and saved points dot size. I just want to make sure that there are 4 of them. Yeah, I need the semicolon here. Now, I see what I did originally was that I then checked that the number of points is correct both for the saved points and the touched points. And I think really that's possibly superfluous, but maybe it's good to do, because I'm going to loop through each of these points and check how far away each touch point was from each saved point. And I don't want to try to loop through an array that has the wrong number of entries in it. That should never happen, but it's sort of some people would say this is defensive programming and that you shouldn't do it. But I feel more comfortable putting a check in here that both the save points and the touch points have the size that I expect. So I'm going to actually go to point collector here, and I'm going to give it a private static final int num underscore points, which I'll set to 4, because I want to refer to the number of points that we're using here in multiple places. And if I should decide to change that number, then I wouldn't want to be picking through the code looking for the number 4. I'd want to change it in one place. In fact, I'm going to make that public so that we can access it from outside this class. And down here where I use the number 4, I'm going to change that to num points, and that's the only place that I use it. So that's good. Okay, let's go back to image activity, and let's say if saved points dot size is not 4, so if saved points dot size is not equal to 4, or if touch points dot size is not equal to, not 4. I should be using point collector dot num points. Okay. Or if touch points dot size is not equal to point collector dot num points, then either way I've not got the number of points that I expected to be dealing with, and I'm going to return false. So returning false, you'll recall, is going to give us that access denied message, and it's not going to unlock the main activity. Let's return true still at the bottom here. Now what I can do is I'm going to loop through all my points, and if any of them are further away than a certain amount from the point that the user should have entered, then I'm going to return false. So let's loop through all these points. Let's say for int I equals 0, I less than, well, I have difficulty, sometimes, I less than 4. I have difficulty typing greater than brackets on this keyboard, but I can type less than brackets. So let's say if I less than point collector dot num points, so if I equals 0, I less than point collector num points I plus plus. So we'll loop as long as I is 0, 1, 2, or 3. And let's say here point saved point is equal to saved points dot get I. So we're going to tackle the points one by one, and then we'll say point touched point equals touch points dot get I. Now, okay, let me check that I'm doing this the same way that I did it last time. Yeah, so now we can calculate the difference between these 2 points in terms of distance. Let's say int x diff, and we're going to calculate how far away this particular point is horizontally, how far away the point that the user touched to try to unlock the application is horizontally from the corresponding point that's been saved in the database. So let's say xdiff equals saved point dot x minus touched point dot x. It doesn't matter which we subtract from which, because in a minute I'm going to square this in any case. So this tells us how far apart horizontally the touch point is from the save point. And we're going to say int ydiff equals saved point dot y minus touched point f.y. So remember, we've got 4 points. We've saved 4 points already in the database. We want the user to touch those same 4 points in the same order again in order to be allowed into the rest of the application. So we're going to check them one by one. So this particular point here, this tells us how far it is horizontally from that corresponding point that was saved in the database, and this is how far it is vertically. Now we want to know how far altogether the touched point is from the saved point, and we could do something like adding xdiff to ydiff. That would probably work just fine. That would sort of, I guess it would mean that as long as the touched point is within a sort of box of a given size, as long as both points are in that box, then we could say, yeah, it's close enough, and if they're not, then it's not. But I'll use Pythagoras' theorem here, because if we've got a horizontal distance and a vertical distance between 2 points, if we square the horizontal distance and add it to the vertical distance squared, then according to Pythagoras' theorem, that gives us the square of the total difference between those 2 points. So let's say here, int dist squared equals xdiff times xdiff plus ydiff times ydiff. So if you don't know trigonometry, don't worry about this. You could just add xdiff to ydiff, or just you could just use this without understanding it, but it gives us the difference between 2 points if you only know the kind of horizontal and vertical distance, or the distance north and the distance east, for example. This is the square of the actual difference between the distance between those 2 points. Now, we need some way of saying, is this close enough or isn't it? And I created like a value, which I call point closeness here. And by experimentation, I found that 40 seemed to be a good value there. So I'm going to go to the top of image activity, and I'm going to say here, private static final int point underscore closeness equals 40. So we're going to say that if the, now did I check the square or actual point closeness itself? That's another question, yeah. So we're going to say if the point is closer than 40 pixels, if the one that the user has touched is closer than 40 pixels to the one saved in the database, then we're going to say, yeah, that's close enough, and they've touched the right point. If it's further away than that, we're going to fail them and say, no, you touched a different point. We can't expect them to touch the exact same point, which is why this rigmarole is necessary, because of course they're never going to be that accurate. So let's scroll down here and go back to the stuff we were working on in verify pass points. And I'm going to say here, if dist squared is greater than, and now I have trouble typing greater than on this keyboard because it's a Hungarian keyboard, and greater than conflicts with some shortcut in Eclipse, which is very annoying. So I can type less than and Eclipse will autocomplete greater than. Terrible palaver, but I'm going to say, I'm just going to copy that greater than sign. I'm going to say if dist squared is greater than point closeness, the actual distance, times point closeness, because we're working with square distances here to avoid having to use square roots. So in other words, if the square of the distance is greater than 160 pixels, that's 40 squared. Whoops. Then, and yeah, get rid of caps lock there. We'll get there in the end. Then we're going to return false. So if any point that we encounter is further away than this from where we expected it to be according to the points saved in the database, we're going to say at that point, okay, this point's too far away, return false. But if none of the points are further away than they should be, then this will never return false. We'll get through all 4 points and finally we'll return true. and that will return true ultimately to here, which will then run our main activity. So let's try it. I'll save all this. I'm just going to quickly check to see that I've not forgotten anything. I think I've got all the stuff that I implemented last time I did this. So let's go to DDMS and delete the preferences here so we can start from scratch. And I'll go back to Java. If you have any problems with this, if it's not working, I strongly advise that you put a kind of log.d in. In fact, let's do that anyway. Let's put some log output that outputs this squared so we can see what it is. That's quite interesting. Let's say log.d main activity.debug tag distance squared is plus dis squared. It's a really helpful thing to do to debug your application. And finally, I'm going to run this sucker and we'll see where we are. So let's take a look. Or maybe let's clear this debug stuff out actually. I don't know why my debug tag isn't working here. Something to do with using a Mac, or I did something stupid, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, you know what? I think Nathan gave me some code with his initials as I recommended, and I'm using my initials here. That's the problem. So I won't worry about that. We'll just look at this. Okay, so let's go here and enter the pass points. Yeah, I'll very carefully enter these again actually. So there we go. And it's storing. And now if I enter the wrong ones, like just some wild crazy ones here, it says access denied. And if we look down here, the distance squared is quite a big number. So that's the square of the distance. The square of the sum of the distances between each point that I touched versus each point that I should have touched. Now let's try it again with the right points, which was this, 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 and this. And now it lets me into the next screen here. And the sum of the squared distances is a mere 20. Okay, so that looks good, and that concludes this very long video. My sincere apologies to anyone who waded through the first video, which was shorter but extremely cryptic. I'm going to upload these workspaces along with this video. And again, many thanks to Nathan, who supplied me with his code that he'd typed in up to tutorial 24. I think that's all I've got to say at this point. I don't want to miss anything out, but yeah, it's working and we're ready to go on to the next tutorial now. So that's it for this time, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and this is a tutorial on supporting multiple screen sizes in Android. And we've already covered this quite a lot, but I just wanted to gather together everything in one place. And also I have a little bit more to tell you about it. So I searched flickr.com using the option, there's an option on there that lets you search for pictures that have a commercial use license. And I found this picture by, let's see, it's by a guy called, I think it's a guy, no, it must be Mario Antonio Pena Zapateria, which I understand has a, it has a GNU, a Creative Commons Attribution Share Alike 3.0 license, which I think means that I can use it as long as I tell people who made this picture. And what I did was, the original picture was very large, and I went to Google and searched for something like Android supporting multiple screen sizes, something like that. And you come up with this link here, supporting multiple screens in Android. And I used these resolutions down here as a guide to which sizes I should have my picture in for each kind of device. And then, for example, for the extra large one, 960 by 720, I scaled and resized the image in GIMP, the free image manipulation tool, to that size and saved it in drawable XH DPI, extra high resolution. And I did that also for medium and low resolutions. Actually, I did it for extra high, high and medium, and then the low resolution one, I decided that I wouldn't support that. And so I'm just going to support images, I'm just going to support devices that have at least a medium resolution, which usually means a medium-sized screen. And I guess this isn't really an exact science, because you can have different amounts of pixels packed into different amounts of spaces. So the best you can do really is say you've kind of just a large, medium and small or whatever different sizes of your image. And now I'm going to declare what screen resolutions my application supports in the manifest here. So I've got this Android manifest open from down here, and if you look at this manifest extras thing and you click add, you can select this node supports screens. So I'm going to click on that and then select it and click add. Oh no, actually I don't need to click add again. What I need to do is, let's just maximize this, and so I select the support screens node, and here we can select which screens my application or your application supports. So I'll say small screens false, I'm going to say normal screens true, and large screens true, and extra large screens true, and resizable, let's say true, and I'll just save that up here. And then if you look at the actual raw XML, that's going to add something to your XML here. So we've got the support screens tag with these various attributes set to true or false. And then when a person finds your application in the Play Store, the Google Play Store, they will be informed whether your application supports their device or not. So that's just that's it for this tutorial basically. And of course, any images you have, ideally you want to save different sizes in these different folders for all the screen resolutions you support. But if you just save one in any folder, Android will pick the most appropriate image that it can and resize it if necessary. So it's not a question of whether your application will function or not. It's more a question of whether it will function efficiently and whether the image will look nice or not. So obviously if you scale up a very small image, it'll look terrible, and scaling down a very big image on the fly is maybe inefficient. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to start looking at intents, and we're going to use an intent to start one activity from another. So at the moment in my application here, I've got two activities. I've got this image activity that displays an image, and it can record a set of pass points that will either let the user through to the next stage or not. And then I've got this main activity, which is where the user can write some notes. And at the moment this main activity is not doing anything, it's not being used. But I want it so that if you press the right points in this image activity, it then triggers the main activity. And I've already put some code in here, a tiny little bit of code, so that if this onPostExecute method here from the code that verifies whether the right points were pressed or not, if that passes the user and says yes, the user has pressed the right points, then we want to do something here. Otherwise I'll just show a toast and say access denied, and we'll stay on that screen. So now to go to the main activity, which is what we want to do, we need to create a thing called an intent. And an intent is a way of telling your phone that you want to do something. And intents can be they're usually used for starting new activities, and they can be very specific, like say just run this particular activity, or they can ask your phone just to do something in general. and let your phone figure out then exactly how to do it. So we'll be seeing more intents in the future, but I wanted to show you the most basic possible usage here. So we need to create an intent class, an intent object here I should say, and I'll declare an intent variable which I'll just call it I, because we're going to use it immediately, and I'll say that I equals new intent. Now I want to use a particular constructor of the intent class, and the first argument is going to be the context, which is going to be this pointer of the activity I'm in, which is image activity.this. I can't type just this by itself here because that would refer to this anonymous class that I happen to be in here. So to get the this reference of the enclosing class, I'm going to have to type image activity.this. But basically you just need to pass in a reference to an activity there, the one that you're actually in. And the second argument is going to be the class, the activity class that we want to start. So I'll say here main activity, and I'll use .class to get the actual class object associated with this main activity. So that will give us an intent that could be used to start the main activity, and to actually make it do that I just need to say start activity. So I'm going to use a method of the activity class, and I just need to pass it the intent that I want to start. So it's actually really simple. You just need to create an intent. First argument's this reference of the activity you're in. Second argument is the class object of the activity you want to start, and then just call start activity and pass it that intent. And let's have a look at that actually working. So I'll click run here, and let's have a look at the console. And I'm just going to pause my recording for a second. Okay, so it's now like 30 seconds later, and here's my application. And this is, I did like, when I started the emulator, I went to the AVD manager and clicked start, and I checked clear user data, or whatever it says, to wipe the database, and that's why we're seeing this screen. So I click OK on here, and I'm going to click 4 points here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it says storing pass points. And I can now log in. I could also actually go straight in at that point. In fact, maybe I should have a toast here that says now enter the pass points again. But let's just do it now. So I'll enter the wrong ones first. So just random points here. It says checking and then access denied, and that's my toast coming up. But if I click the right ones, 1, 2, 3, 4, then it will run my intent, and I go to my it will trigger my intent and start activity runs, and I go to this other activity here where I can now enter my notes. So that's it for this tutorial, and we will look at more stuff with intents for sure, and this is just a really basic and actually very simple usage that can connect up your two activities or more. Okay, so that's it for now, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're just going to take a bit more of a look at view groups, and we're going to look at nesting view groups to create a slightly more complex structure for our views. So at the moment I've got this application, and if I touch the right points on this image, it will let me through to the next screen here, and I can see the notes that I've saved. But what I'd like is a lock button by the side of this save button, so that if I click the lock button it goes back to the lock screen and back to the initial image. And to do that I can nest one view group within another. So if I go back to the activity main.xml, which is that's what's laying out this screen, At the moment we've got a linear layout here and one button within it, and I can actually, this linear layout is a view group, and I can actually have another view group within this linear layout to enable me to lay out two buttons side by side. And to have nested view groups is not efficient, so it's better not to nest view groups if you can. But this is kind of a simple way of doing of laying things out that you can always rely on, because linear layout was, I think it was way back in the first version of Android or something. So it's always going to be there, and you can always use this technique, and you can create quite complex layouts like this, but it's better to use, as I say, a single layout if you can. What I'll do is I'm going to put a new linear layout here, linear layout, and I'm going to take this button, cut it, Control X, and just paste it in between these linear layout tags here, and just do Control Shift F to format that. And let's copy the button, and let's have a second button underneath it. And the second button, I'm going to give an ID of lock, and I'm going to make the text on it say lock as well. And I'm just going to select that and go to right click, go to quick fix, extract Android string, and the ID can be lock, that's fine, and I click OK. And that will now, if I look at strings XML, I'll now have this lock string there, which is what I want. So I'm using that string for the text on my button. And now this inner linear layout here, I want the size of it, I have to attend to first. So I don't need these XML schema thingamajigs here, namespace whatsits. I don't need those on my inner linear layout. I just need them on the outermost one, the outermost view group here. But this view group here, I need to tell it how much size to take up. And I'm going to say layout width equals match parent, so take up all horizontal width possible. And layout height, I'm going to say wrap content, so just be big enough to contain the height of those two buttons. And then the orientation, I'm going to say horizontal. I'll just do Control Shift F again to format that. So now it's going to lay out the two buttons, the two views within it, next to each other horizontally. Now the buttons themselves, the layout height is good. I want the buttons to be just high enough to wrap their contents, which is the text that they display. But the layout width is no good. If each one matches the parent width, each one would take up the whole width of the linear layout, and we would only see one button because the other would get hidden behind it. So I'm going to set the layout width here actually to 0 dp, 0 device independent pixels. And the reason for that is I'm going to tell it, when you look at the layout width here, don't actually bother calculating anything, just make it 0 pixels wide and forget about it. So that's kind of an efficiency thing. And the real thing that's going to actually size the buttons is going to be a weight. So within the linear layout here, I can use a weight. And remember, this is a horizontal linear layout, so the weight that I specify here will determine how the horizontal width is parceled out between the buttons. So I'm going to say here weight, layout underscore weight, and I'm going to give each one the same weight. And the weight is not an absolute value, it's just the weight of the two buttons is relative to each other. So if I give this one a weight of 10 and this one a weight of 30, this one's going to take up 3 times as much space as this one, and so this will be 1/4 of the space actually, and this 3/4. But if I give them the same weights, then they're each going to take up half the space horizontally. Did I say vertically? Well, I mean horizontally anyway. So we're dealing with horizontal space here, because this is a horizontal linear layout that encloses them. Here I'm just going to say, I could make it like 0.5, but let's make it 50, because then we can imagine that that's a percentage, although as I say, it's not absolute. It's just the relative values that matter. And I'll paste that in there as well. So each one takes up half the horizontal space. And now if I run this, hopefully we're going to see 2 buttons down here. And I'm going to, after I've recorded this tutorial, I'm going to make the lock button here actually work. And to do that, I'm going to use stuff that I've already showed you how to do, so I won't bore you with it further. And I'll leave it as an exercise to you if it interests you. But all I'm going to do is add a listener to the lock button, and I'm going to make that listener create an intent and pass that to start activity, so that it starts the image kind of lock screen activity. It starts my other activity. So it's pretty simple. And here's my application, and I click the saved points, and it checks the points and lets me in. And here's my lock button, which doesn't do anything at the moment, but it will shortly. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at option menus. And option menus are things that spring up from the bottom of your application and allow you to select menu items that do stuff. Since I think SDK version 11, action bars have been the preferred method to supply to allow the user to change settings, and action bars appear at the top of your screen up here. But if I look at this application here and I look at my Android manifest and the users SDK, I've said that this application can run on SDK version 10. To get the kind of compatibility with SDK version 10, I would like to give this application an option menu, which existed even in the earliest versions of Android, I believe. So we'll take a look at that here. Now this is actually probably simpler than you think. So what I want to do is, so now I've got 2 activities on my application, and this is an image where I have to touch certain points to get through to the next screen, and I've set those points up, so if I click the right points on the image here, it will check them and then take me through to my protected notes here. And I thought it would be good if here there was like a settings option that allowed me to reset my pass points, so to run the image activity that we saw first and change the points that you have to click on the image to get through to this screen here, like a reset password facility basically. And to do that, the first thing I need is an option menu with 1 item in that will pop up when I click the menu button here. And on modern phones which don't have the menu button, well, I say modern, I mean very recent phones, which lack this menu button, usually you hold down the recent apps button, and then that causes some kind of options menu to pop up. Now if I click this menu button here, we'll see that we already get, this is actually a options menu with 1 menu item in it, and of course you can have more menu items. And this has 1 item, the settings item. And where does that come from? That's kind of in your application by default when you create a Hello World application. And if you go to Res here and you go to Menu, you'll see that for each of your activities there is this XML file under Menu. So we've seen the XML files under Layout, and now we're looking at this menu folder in Res. And if I go to, well, this here is actually called Activity Main. It's my main activity, so called at the moment. So if I click on Activity Main under Menu, here we'll see some XML that creates a menu. And the structure of it is, it's a lot like your Layout XML, except that instead of having a layout view group here, you've got this menu view group, and just the same as for your layout XML, you've got this XML namespace declaration here that just has to be there in the outer tag, and then you've got as many menu items as you want within it, and each menu item has, at the minimum, it can have icons, but at the minimum it has an ID here and a title, which is the string that appears on it. And this one's also got this ordering category, which overrides the order of the menu items in the XML and kind of puts them in the order you specify. Let's get rid of this for the moment because we don't need it. I'll get rid of the order, and I'm going to change this ID. So we know from the plus sign here that this is defining this ID right here. So let's change the definition and let's have menu underscore pass points reset. And yeah, so I've changed the ID, and I also want to change the text that appears on this menu item. So if I go to my strings.xml under values here. Oh yeah, what I wanted to say actually, while I was hesitating, but my mind went blank, was that you see these are all menu underscore such and such. That's not necessary, it's purely a convention so that you know which kind of ID and which resource name does what. So if you have an icon, you could prefix it with IC underscore, for example. So let's go to strings.xml here and let's add a new string, and I'll give it the name, in other words the ID, menu underscore password. Actually, what should I call it? Yeah, I think I could call it menu underscore pass points reset. I think, yeah, I think if I give this the same name as that, I don't know if that's confusing or not. I think that will be all right, because after all, this is an ID, whereas this is in the strings resource, so they can have the same name. And let's say here reset pass points like that, and now let's change this to use that string that I just defined. So I make sure this is saved, and it is. So I've got this menu pass points reset text here that says reset pass points, and I'll just use that as the text for my menu item. So let's say menu underscore, and I'll use the autocomplete there, and menu pass points reset. There we go. And let's just run that and see what it looks like. And while this is starting up, let's go to the right console here, check that it is starting up. I'll just explain a bit more here. So if I go to my activity, I'll go to the where are we? Source, my package, and my main activity here. Your activities by default, they have this on create options menu method, which overrides the same method in the parent. And what this does is, you'll notice it's using this r.menu activity underscore main. So this is the ID from r.java, and it's the ID that corresponds to this menu activity underscore main XML that we were just editing. And this gets passed in a kind of blank options menu. And the purpose of this get menu inflator.inflate, the purpose of that is to take the XML and to kind of turn it into a menu, to take that XML and use it to configure this menu. And that action of taking XML and turning it into some sort of user interface widget in the Android lingo is inflation. So that's why it says inflate. It just means take this XML and put it in this menu, basically inflate it into a user interface widget. So as long as that's there, it's gonna create my options menu. And let's just have a look at this menu now. So I'll go through to the next activity here and click the menu button, and now it says reset pass points. To handle a menu item is also pretty simple. So I'm just going to click in this activity here, it's somewhere between the methods, and go to source, override implement methods, and I want to override a method called on menu, let's see, on menu item selected. So it's pretty intuitive. So you override the on menu item selected in your activity. And the way this works is you get passed in the menu item that was clicked, and here we've only got one menu item, but you could have as many of these as you like in your menu. And if there's too many to display at once, they will go into a kind of overflow menu, so you don't have to worry about the number of them. And they can also be organized into categories. But now here we've just got one item, but let's assume that we might want to have more items, so I won't just blindly assume that the reset password item has been clicked. Let's pretend there are lots of items. And to find out which item has been clicked, you can use a switch here. And I need to switch on item.get. Let's see if the autocomplete will work here. I'm getting problems with my autocomplete, but it basically works. Get menu, get, whoops, this is really annoying. Get item ID, there we go. So this is a clicked item, and I get its ID, and the ID will just be the ID. It will be this ID, which I can find via r.java. So I can say here, case r.id.menu passpoints reset. That was the ID I gave to the item. And if you handle a menu item, you do something with it, you should return true. And if you don't handle it, let's say default here, this is a default case, you should return the superclass implementation of this method, which is, we've already got here. Eclipse helpfully put it in for me. So let's just put in a default case, return the super implementation of this method. And now here I can handle my menu item, and for the moment let's just have, just so we can see it working, I could use the debug statement here, but let's just have a toast and say this, I'll just say hello for the moment, toast.length long, like that. So if I run this now, that should be operative. So that's basically it for the moment for this tutorial, but I'll show you this working in just a second. And what I'm going to do next is I want this to run an activity, and I want it to run my image activity actually, and we're going to have to find a way of telling that image activity that presents the kind of image on the main screen. Yeah, because the first activity that we see with this application, which we'll see in a second, is my image activity here, and this activity is the main activity. So we want to run the image activity and tell it that we want to reset the pass points somehow, and we're going to look at that in the next tutorial. But for now, if I go through to the so-called main activity, which I probably should rename actually, and click the menu button, there's my menu item, and I click this, and oh yeah, I forgot to show the toast, so let's just put show in there and save it, and I'll come back in 1 second when that's running. Okay, I'm back, and hopefully now it's working. So if I click the menu and click reset pass points, here's my hello toast. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at passing data to an activity using an intent. So we've already seen how to start an activity using an intent, and for example here I've got this application, and if I click the right points here it starts, actually that was the wrong points. If I click the right points, it starts another activity, and this is my main activity, and if I click this lock button here, it will go back to this activity. So we're starting one activity from another, and I've also implemented this options menu here, and if I click this, again it goes back to this image activity, And the code that does that is this little thing here. So this is the item selected method for my options menu, and when I hit password passpoints reset, it just creates this intent and uses it to start this image activity. Now what I want to do is, you see that I've got several different, or at least a couple of different places now where I start my image activity from my main activity. And I want to tell the image activity, in this case, that if I start it here, that it should reset the password. And to do that, I'm going to have to send some data to my image activity to let it know that it shouldn't just lock the screen by displaying the image. It actually needs to do something different. So I'm going to pass some data with this intent to my image activity, which the image activity can then get hold of and do something with. And it's really just going to be actually like a flag to the image activity to tell it to do something. So we'll look here at the simplest possible case of passing data to a activity, but you'll easily see how to use this for more complex cases. And the intent class actually has a method called putExtra. So if I do i.put extra, putExtra, there it is, and you can see that there's a whole bunch of putExtra methods here, and they all basically they all have a string name, which is kind of an ID, a key that identifies the bit of data you're passing. And then there's different overridden methods for passing different kinds and different types of data. So here I just want to pass a Boolean, so I'm just going to use this one here. Now for the key, I can just type a string here if I want, but I'll define here a public static final string, let's say reset, let's give it the name reset passpoints, and I'll give it the string reset passpoints as well. Let's say reset passpoints. So this isn't really necessary, but we're just making sure that we use the same string in both activities by using this constant here. So let's go back here, and now so the name for this, the key for this value, I'm going to use this string that I just defined, reset passpoints, and the value I'll just set to true, and that's all I want to do here. I just want to purely pass a little flag to say to the image activity, yes, you need to reset, let the user reset the passpoints here. Now to receive this at the other end is almost as simple as this. So I'll go to my image activity, which is the activity I'm starting, and here's my onCreate method, and what I'll do is, so this is the bit where it's actually deciding what to do, whether to allow the user to set the passpoints or to just allow them to enter them. So before that, I just want to get that data and see if we need to do something different. And there's a method called getIntent, and that will get the intent that started this activity. And I'm going to say getIntent.get extras, which returns a thing called a bundle. So let's say here bundle extras equals, and bundle is just like a bundle of data stored by keys. So if you haven't done putExtra when you started the intent, or let's say that this activity was started by an intent that was just from the phone, we didn't actually send an intent ourselves, then this extras will be null. So getIntent will never return null, but getExtras could certainly return null if you haven't done putExtra. So let's check here. We'll say if extras is not equal to null, and then I can say let's say boolean reset pass points equals, and now I can just do extras dot get boolean of course, because I passed a boolean here using the boolean version of put extra. And if you passed an integer, you know, it's going to be get integer or whatever, get int, I don't know. So here I'll use the key that I predefine here. It's the key that I passed in here, of course, and we'll say main activity dot reset pass points. There's my key. And finally, of course, I can say, and this is just specific to this application, I just say if reset pass points, reset the pass points here. So it's very simple. Just do put extra, and then here get your bundle using getIntent.getExtras, and then use an appropriate method to get the particular extra with the particular key that you use to pass in that extra bit of data. Now the next stuff to actually make this work is just standard Java specific to this application. There's no new Android concepts here. We've gone over everything before. So I'll do this outside this video, and again, if you're following along, typing this as you go along, then here's a chance to kind of practice your Java if you like. And so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at launching sub-activities. So a sub-activity is where you launch another activity, and then that activity somehow quits and you come back to the original activity that you were in. And the motivation for this is that I thought it would be good to add to my my Note Squirrel application the facility for taking a photograph and then using that photograph as the image in my application. So we're actually going to work towards using a camera and taking photographs, but there are a few more things that we need to know before we can do that, and we're going to look at one of them in this tutorial. So I've created a new project here because I thought it would be simpler to look at this in the context of a few simple example projects. And what this does is it's got two activities, just two, first and other. And what they look like is they both look like this, except that, well, they've both got text areas and they've both got buttons at the bottom. And the only difference is that one says main activity and the other says other activity, and the text on the button is different too. And what I want to do is I want to make it so that when I click this button in this main activity, it launches the other activity. And then in the other activity there'll be a button called quit, and I'll click that button and I'll come back to this activity. So the stuff in this application at the moment is all stuff that we've seen before. There's absolutely nothing new. And I'm going to just add a few bits to this to make the activity related stuff work. So in first activity here, I've got a button, I've got a handler, a click handler for that button, and I'm going to create an intent here that can launch the other activity. So I'll say intent I equals new intent, and I'll pass it this and other activity.class. And of course this is stuff that we've seen already now several times. And I'm going to start that activity. Let's just add the input there, Control-Shift-O. And I'm not sure what the problem is there. Oh yeah, I've got to say here, instead of this, I need to say first activity.this, because I'm in an anonymous class here. I'm in the click handler. So normally, just to launch another activity, I'd call start activity. But instead of that, because I want to come back to this activity, I'm going to call start activity for result, and I'll pass it the intent there. And now I need to pass in a code that's going to identify the activity that I'm starting within this activity. So let's add here a private static final int and I'll call it other activity, and I'll set that equal to well, I could give it any number I like really. Let's just give it 7 completely arbitrarily, and now I need to pass that code to this other activity, and you'll see why that's useful in a moment. Sorry, I'm not passing it to the other activity, I'm just supplying it to start activity of activity for result. So I type other activity here, and there we go. So the point is really, this is exactly the same as start activity. The only difference is you supply a number, which is then going to enable you to identify which activity you returned from. Now the next thing here is I need to override a method of this activity. So I'm going to right click, go to source, override implement methods, and the one I want to override is let's have a look on it's called, one second, on activity result. There it is. I actually completely forgot and had to go away and look it up, but here we are on activity result. So I'm going to override that method, and what will happen is so I'm going to launch this activity here, and that is then going to quit by a mechanism that I'll create in a minute. And when that quits, I'm going to land in this method here, and in this method I'm going to say let's say switch request code. So I've got this parameter here, request code, and I'm going to switch on it, and in fact that request code is this that I supplied when I called start activity before result. So I'm going to say case other activity, which was the request code I supplied, and then we can say action as appropriate, and what the appropriate action might be in this sample activity. Having trouble typing a semicolon there. There we go. I'm not sure, but let's just, so we can see something happening, let's say toast.make text this returned, I'm going to say returned with result code. I'm going to add on this other parameter, result code, and we'll see that in a second. I'll say toast.length long and .show, and there we go. So when this method is called on activity result, I'll get a request code which will be this code here, and that enables me to tell which activity I return from, because of course we might start several different sub-activities in different places, and when you land up here you want to know which one of those sub-activities you've come back from, and that's what the request code here is for. Now the sub-activity itself can supply you a result code, and that's going to come in here, and we'll see how to get the sub-activity to return a result code in just a second. So all I'll do now is just display this toast when we return back to the first activity here. Now in other activity here, that has a quit button, and in the quit button I'm just going to call finish to finish the activity, and to set the result code that I return, I'm going to call set result and supply it with a code here. So let's supply it with, we could use some predefined code here. Let's say in fact result OK, and whatever that is, in fact it has the value -1 by the looks of it, so that will do. And now finally I can run my application. So what's going to happen is, just to very quickly recap, when we click the button in this activity, we'll start the sub-activity and supply it this request code. Then when we quit the other activity by clicking the button, we'll set the result code, we'll finish the activity, and we'll land up back here, and this request code will be this that I supplied when I started the activity, and the result code here, which we're going to display in the toast, will be this code here, result OK, that I supply when I quit the activity. Let's just try that. So I click launch other activity. Here's my other activity, which looks basically the same, but it could be something completely different, like for example taking a photograph using a camera activity. and then finally I'm going to quit here, which will set the code, the return code, and it will call finish. And I'll go back to my main activity, and we will return with result code, which is this code here. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to move on bit by bit to using this sub-activity thing to launch a sub-activity that takes a photo. But that's it for this tutorial, and this is just something very, very, very useful that you'll want to use in a lot of different circumstances. So until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at taking a picture with your phone, or making it take a picture programmatically. And in fact, taking a picture is going to turn out to be very easy. Storing the picture requires a little bit more work, and in this tutorial we're purely going to look at taking the picture. So there are two ways you can handle this. One way is you can do everything with the camera yourself. You can control your phone's camera directly, and if you're interested in that, take a look at developer.android.com and go to the training section and advanced and controlling the camera. But what we're going to do in this tutorial is, because my goal here is simply to enable my Note Squirrel application that I've been working on in these tutorials to replace its default picture with a picture you've taken using the camera. So the camera stuff is not integral to the application. It's not fundamentally what the application does. I just want it to be able to take a photo if possible. And for that reason, I'm going to use a pre-installed application on Android to take my photo. So if your phone's got a camera, or if the phone you want to run your application on has a camera, it's a fairly safe bet that there will be at least one application there that can take photos with that camera. And we're going to say to the phone, please find an application that can take a photo, and use that to take the photo. Now I've created this application here that just consists of a main activity, and the main activity just has a button in its layout. And if we look at that on my phone here, let's go to the screencast. This is all the application is, and if I click the button here, it does nothing at the moment, but what it will do is it will invoke this onClick handler here, and then here I want to put some code that will take a photo. So the first thing to do is to declare that your application uses the camera, and I'm going to go to the Android manifest here, and let's look at the Eclipse view of it, and I'm going to add in this manifest extras section here, I'm going to click add, and I'm going to say use this feature, and I'm just going to give a name here for the use this feature node, and I'm going to say android.hardware.camera. So let's save that. And also you can say whether this feature is required or not. And in the case of the application that I want to ultimately integrate this code into, the camera is not going to be required. It's going to be an optional extra. So I'm going to say false. But if your application absolutely required the use of a camera, of course you want to set that to true. And what that does is it adds to your XML, and you can type this yourself directly if you want, this uses feature tag, and I've got the Android name in there, and Android required set. So now we've declared that the application uses the camera, or might want to. And what we need to do now is create an intent that will trigger your phone to go away and run an application that can take a photo. And so far we've used intents for starting activities where the activity was a part, an actual class in our own application, and that's called an explicit intent. But an intent can also be implicit, where you fire off an intent that tells your phone, can you please try to do this, and it lets your phone decide, or your user decide which application to use. So I'm going to say here intent I equals new intent, and instead of specifying a particular class that I want to run, I'm just going to say here media store, and I'm going to use a static constant of media store, action image capture, and that will tell the phone to try to capture an image using whatever application it can. So I'm just going to call start activity now, start activity. Here we go, and I'll just supply it with that intent like this. And let's click save. And whoops, I meant to have start activity, not start activities. There we go. And let's now run that code. And this is complete code for taking a photo, providing you don't want to control the camera in detail yourself, which most of the time you don't. And so I'll run my, there's my phone running in the screencast, and I'm going to launch my activity, so it's installing it, and in just a second hopefully we will see the application running. So here's the application, and now I'm taking hold of my camera in a real world, my phone, sorry, and I'm clicking take a photo, and we've now gone to an external application to take the photo with, and this is my flat, you can see, and I'm going to just click this button to take a photo, and it's taken a photo, and I'll click this tick to say yes, I like that photo, and we've gone back now to my original application. So that's all there is to taking a photo, but it's changed, it's gone outside just because I let the phone fall sideways. But saving a photo is a little bit more involved, and we're going to move on to that very shortly. But that's it for this tutorial, so until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at saving a photo that you take using the camera. So my motivation here is that I want to have some code which I can integrate into my Note Squirrel application that I've been working on, and that application should allow the user to take a photo which is then used as the application's kind of starting screen. So with that in mind, I don't want to necessarily add my photo to the picture gallery. I just want to save it somewhere on the disk so that I can use it in my application when it starts up. And the code that I'm going to show you is going to add the photo to the gallery, and it's also going to save it somewhere on the disk. And actually there are a lot of issues and problems surrounding taking and saving photos, and we'll take a look at those a little bit after this tutorial. But the tutorial that I'm going to show you here will work on the majority of phones, I believe, and in fact it's almost identical to the solution to this problem, which you can find if you search for something like taking a photo Android, and you look at the developer.android.com page. You can find here this Taking Photos Simply guide walks you through the whole process that I'm about to explain to you, except that they do it a little bit differently, just because they're trying to save the image with a different name every time. And here all I want to do is save the image with the same name every time so that my application can use it. So I've got this application that I created in the last tutorial, and the only difference that I've made to it since the last tutorial is I've moved this button, take a photo, the snap button, to the bottom here, and I've put a image view here which I can use for displaying the photo after it's taken, and apart from that it's the same application. So now what I need to do here is firstly I need to tell this intent, the action image capture intent, where to save the photo that it takes, and to do that I'm going to create a file name which will be the file name of where I want to save the photo. And the first thing to do here is find out a good location to save the photo to. So I'm going to have a file object here which I'll call, let's call it pictures directory, and I'm going to set that equal to, and now I'm going to get the I'm going to get my Android to tell me where pictures are saved by default on the micro SD card that goes in the phone for saving stuff. So I'm going to save to external storage here, because internal storage is often pretty limited on phones. And in fact, I'm not even sure if my phone will let me take pictures without external storage being present. So let's assume that there is an SD card in the phone, and I'm going to say here environment, dot, and let's see if I can invoke the autocomplete. Here we go. Get external public directory. And for the type here, let's just maximize this editor screen. I'm going to pass environment dot, and I keep getting this code completion error, which is quite annoying, but never mind. And directory pictures. And now this, I think this constant directory pictures was present from API level 8 onwards. So, and I'm targeting this application for API level, I don't know what, 14 or something, but I'm saying that it works in my manifest with API level 10. So this should be present. And for earlier versions of Android, here I believe you could specify pictures and / and pictures with a capital P, just a string instead of this. But I use this on, you can use this on any kind of fairly recent version of Android. And now I'm going to create a file which will be the actual file that I store in this directory, and I'm going to store that in a private instance variable. So I'll say private file, image file, like that. And here I'll say that image file equals new file, and I'll pass this pictures directory here, and I'll pass the name of the file that I want to save to, and I'll call this let's call it passpoints image, with my other application in mind here. So I could make this something, I think the camera saves as .jpeg, but I'm not sure. So you could say like something or other .jpeg, and if you want this will overwrite this image every time. And if you want to save a different image every time, you could do something like getting the date and using that for the name of the image. And you can find that kind of thing on the developer.android.com site in the taking a photo page. But for this application, I just want the same name every time. Now I need to pass that to this intent, this image capturing intent, to tell it to save to this directory and this name. And to do that, I say intent.put extra, and for the name I say media store dot out.extra, I think it is, extra output is in here somewhere, extra output, there we go. That's the key, media store.extra output, and the value is going to be the URI, which I think stands for Uniform Resource Identifier, the URI of the file. So I need to say here URI, I'll use the static method of the URI class, and I'll say from file and pass it my image file. Now if you run this code on your phone, and if you then set the phone to kind of external hard drive mode and you browse it in Windows Explorer, once you've taken a photo and click the tick to say you want to keep the photo, you should see this file in the pictures directory on your SD card. So this should already work. But now we can tackle the second half, which is reading this file and displaying it in the image view control. So I'm going to override here, right click and go to source, override implement methods, and I'm going to override the on activity, I always forget the name of it, but on activity result method. Here we go. And I think to actually get this to run, you need to supply a return code here. I don't think this will actually work without a return code, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to say here private int, private, let's say private static final int photo taken. It doesn't have to be static, but it may as well be, because I only want one copy of it, not one for each object. and I'll set that equal arbitrarily to 0. That doesn't matter. And then I'll say start activity for result, and I've passed that my intent, which I've called I. So let's type I here, and then I pass it some kind of code for it to return to this on activity result here. And then in on activity result, I can say if request code equals photo taken. So as we've seen in the previous tutorial, this is just a way of identifying which intent you're returning from in this method. And for this application it doesn't matter, because I'm only going to have one intent that I'm starting. But in a larger application, and I'm going to integrate this code into my Note Squirrel application later, then you want to check that the code you have here matches what you have here, or you want to take a different action depending on which intent, which activity you're returning from. Yeah, I need double equals there as well. Okay, so so now it's fairly plain sailing. I've got my file which should be saved, image file here, and I can now read the bitmap from that file. And to do that, I'm going to say bitmap factory dot decode file, and I'm going to pass it my image file dot get absolute path to get the complete path to the file. And this bitmap factory dot decode file returns a bitmap object, so I can say bitmap photo equals. Now, by the way, I wrote some code when I was testing this where I said if imagefile.exist do something, otherwise do something else. And .exist didn't seem to work, and I don't know why not. So my recommendation is just try to decode the file, and this will return null if it doesn't work. So here I can say if photo is not equal to null, then we can go ahead and set it in the image view. Else if it is null. Now I'll talk about the issues with this code in a minute, and what you could do is if this returns null, you could try one or more alternative implementations to get this bitmap. But I'll leave this here because I believe this code, as I say, is similar to what Google itself tells you to do, and I believe this code will work on the vast majority of phones. So if in this case, if I can't read the file, I'm just going to say toast.make text this unable to read photo file, or we could say from the user's perspective unable to save photo file or something like that, although it probably has saved in their gallery at this point. And I'll say toast.length long here to make sure they definitely see it, and .show to show the toast like this. And let's just extract this into an ID, which is good practice. So I'm going to right click and go to quick fix and extract string, and I'll give the ID, I'll make the ID of the string unable to save photo file, and just click OK there. So now we've added that string to strings.xml so that we have all the user viewable strings in one place, which is good practice. And now, so let's go ahead and read the file. Well, we've read the file, let's go ahead and set the image view to use it. So I'll say here image view, let's call it, equals image view, and you know the drill by now. So I say find view by ID, and I specify the r.id here, which is view, and here we go. And it's view because that's what I called it. If I show you my new layout here, so I'll go to res and layout activity main here, then you can see I've added this image view with the ID view here. So that's why I'm finding it by that ID. And now the final step, well, almost the final step, although we have one more important thing left to do after this, is I'll say image view dot set set image bitmap. There we go. And I set that to the photo that I've read in using bitmap factory dot decode file. Now, this code won't work because you have to request the right permission in your application, and your application will tell the user what permissions it requests when it installs. And you want to request as few permissions as possible, because a lot of permissions will potentially deter the user from installing your application. But here we absolutely need a permission in order to be able to read and write the SD card. And in fact, since the camera activity already has permission to write to the SD card, this would actually save the file. But the problem would be that we couldn't actually read the file here, because this application, this activity, doesn't yet have permission to read that file. So I'll go to Android Manifest, go to the permissions section here, click Add, go to Users Permission, and here I'll scroll down and I'll select Android.permission.write write external storage. There we go, and I'll save that. And if you look at the raw XML now, then you can see it's added this users-permission with the name Android.permission.write external storage, and you can add that by hand if you prefer, of course. So now I think this application should work. So let's have a look at it, and I'm going to run this. Let's click Run, and my phone is plugged in and ready to receive it, hopefully. And let's actually go to the right console here so we can see what's happening. Okay, it's now 20 seconds or so later, and I can see the application running on my phone. And let me show you. Here it is, and I'm just going to click Take a Photo, and here we go. Here you can see a rather attractive picture of my light and a fan and the microphone that I'm recording with. So I'm just going to click the snap button there, and I'm going to click the tick button here to say that I'm okay with this and I want to save it. And now you can see the photo displayed in my image view a little bit squashed vertically because I'm taking up some space with this button. And in my image view I said that I wanted to scale the X and Y to fit the image view. And of course you could do something different there if you want. So that's the basics of taking a photo. Now there are a few issues surrounding this, and in fact this code apparently, so I've read, doesn't work on the HTC Hero phone. I think it's called HTC Hero 1, and it does work on, for example, HTC Desire, because that's what my phone is and you've just seen it work. But you might want to supply alternative implementation here. And there are kind of at least two possible things you could do, at least two. One thing is you can actually get the photo from here, from the intent, but that doesn't work on Galaxy phones. So you might want to say if photo is null, then try to get the photo via the intent. If you insist that your phone must work on your application must work on as many applications as possible. And of course you might not care too much. And another thing you could do is you could just query the gallery at this point to get the latest image that was added to it, which is a little bit convoluted but not too bad. And I'm not going to cover that in this tutorial. And this, as I say, this is a solution that Google gives you themselves. And this, I believe, works on pretty much every phone except for the odd one here and there, perhaps even just one. So if you do want to investigate the issues further yourself and provide alternative ways of getting the image in case this fails, then I'm going to attach some text to this lecture, this tutorial, with a list of links that I took a look at to investigate this whole business. And personally, I really don't like trying to fix bugs for a platform that I don't have access to, and I don't have an HTC Hero 1. So I'm going to say, well, I don't care about it at this point, especially since I'm not planning to make my living from this application. But if you do care about it, then I'll give you a whole bunch of links that you can check out to provide alternative implementations if you really care a lot yourself. And by the way, what I'm going to do next, but I'll do it outside of this tutorial, is I'm going to go back to my Note Squirrel application and I'm going to integrate this code into it. And in fact, I'm going to save the image file location, probably in a preference, so that I can set this image every time when the application starts up. And if this image isn't there, I'll set the default image in my application. But I'll leave that as an exercise to you if you want to have a go at that yourself. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at list views in Android. So there are a few more changes that I want to make to my Note Squirrel application. But before I go ahead and make them, I want to look at a few other concepts in Android programming. So a list view is a view control that enables the user to choose between different possibilities, basically. And there's also a spinner view where you can select from a drop-down list, but a list view just displays your options right in front of you. So let's take a look at an example here, and I've got a basic application, a Hello World Android application set up here, and just a new project. And in the layout here, I'm going to create a list view. So I've got rid of the Hello World text view there that comes in there by default, and I'm just going to create a list view here. So let's just close this. And I'll give this an ID, so I'll press Control Space to autocomplete this, and once again to get the kind of @ symbol plus ID slash. And since there's only going to be one list view in this application, I'll just call this list. But of course normally you'd want to give your list view an ID that was more descriptive of what it did in particular. Okay, so I also need to, well, let's change this to linear layout actually, and I'll make this linear layout. And a linear layout has an orientation, so I'll set the orientation here to vertical, and I'll set the layout width here to let's set it to match parent, and the layout height, I'll set it to wrap content. And if you forget the layout width or layout height, when you run your program, it's probably going to say something like, unfortunately the application has stopped. And you can get to the bottom of the problem by going to DDMS or this tab here and looking at Logcat and scrolling up right to the top of the red error text, and there you'll usually find something informative. Now I need to supply this list view with some items to put in it, and the simplest possible option here is just to give it a few hard-coded strings to put in it. And we'll look at some more complicated options following this tutorial. But for the moment, let's just have some hard-coded strings. So I want an array of strings that this list view will display basically. And I'm going to go to strings.xml, which is the proper place to put any kind of string that the user might actually see. And I'll go to the kind of Eclipse view of it. And now so far we've been adding just single string values to this string.xml. But now I want to add an array of strings, and to do that, click the Add button, and I'll go to String Array here, click OK, and I'll give this a name, and I'll just call it List Options. And again, I'd normally give this something more descriptive, but this is just a sample application with one list in it, so I'll just say List Options here. And then with that selected, I'll click Add, and I'll click Item here, and I'll give this item a value. I'll give it the value Bob. I'll just give it a name for want of something to put in it. And I click Add again, and let's say Sue. And whoops, actually I need to add an item first, then I can give it a name, a value actually, Sue. And let's click Add again and have another item which I'll give the value Mike. and I'll save that, and I'll go to string.xml. I'll go to like the raw view of this XML file, and you can see that it's added this string-array tag with a bunch of item subtags and with the name that I specified. And of course you can type that by hand if you want to. You don't have to use this kind of user interface to the strings.xml. And to get those into my list, I go to my layout here, and in this list view I say entries, and I'll autocomplete that to Android :entries, and I press Control Space again, and I need this not the @ string as I've used before, but this time the @ array, because we're dealing with an array of strings here. And if I press Control Space again with the cursor right there, it's going to autocomplete the name of my list. And if you had multiple possible lists to autocomplete, you would see a list of possible options at that point. Now if I run this, we're already going to see my list, so I'll click Run there. And the other important thing to do with lists, of course, is you want to know when the user has clicked a particular option. And to find out what the user clicks, I need to add some code in my corresponding activity, the activity that corresponds to this layout here. So I'll add a method to put it in here. I'll create a method called set list listener, and let's implement that method. So in fact, if I click this warning icon here and just go to create method set list listener, that will create my method for me, which could save you some time. And in here, and let's just take a look at the application now it's running. So there's my list, and I can select different items in it. And now I want to add the code that will tell me which one's actually being clicked. So in here, and you sort of know the drill by now, I need to create a variable of type listView, which I'll just call list here, again since there's only one, and set that equal to the return value cast to a list view of find view by ID. And here I supply r.id dot, and in this case list, because that's the name that I gave to the list view. Right here, that's its name. And once I've got my list, I can say list.set on item click listener. There's a lot of different kind of listeners that the autocomplete brings up here, but you need to get the right one. Don't use the on click listener. Use the on item click listener, because you want to know when an item has been clicked. And you can see that accepts a on item click listener. So I'm going to say here new on item, and I'll use the autocomplete again, on item click listener. And I'll put the semicolon in there and add any imports with Control Shift and O, and just save that, and then I'll click this error and I'll go to add unimplemented methods. There we go. And just to remind you, Control Space is the autocomplete, and I use it all the time because it saves you a huge amount of time. Now the two arguments that we're going to use here are going to be this one, so I'm going to give this a sensible name. I'm going to call it adapter, because it's an adapter view, which I'll explain in just a second. And I'm going to use this one here, I think that's the one I want, which I'm going to call pos, which is short for position. Now the position here is the position in the list of the item that's clicked. So let's have some debug here. Let's say, or I could use a toast actually, that would be equally good. Let's say toast dot make text this, and the text I'll say pos, and add on the position there, and then let's add on the value. And now to get the actual value of the item from the list, well, that's let's just add some dummy quotes, empty quotes for a moment. It's not something that you perhaps usually want to do, because often what you want to do is you want to put something other than strings in this list, which we'll get onto shortly, and you want to get some kind of ID for that item, because the value in this case that we could get is the only kind of value that the items have is the actual text that each item displays, Bob, Sue or Mike in this case, and getting the actual user interface text isn't usually much use, because you want to avoid kind of having your code rely on actual text that the user sees, because you might want to change the text that the user sees and you want your code to carry on working. So you don't normally deal with actual values, but just for fun here, let's get the actual text that the user selects by clicking. So that's the position in the list, and in fact what it is it's the position within the items that the list of the array of items that the list is displaying. So and this adapter, what this is it's a thing that takes in this case it's taking the array of strings and it's turning them into list items. So it's adapting the strings to list items, if you like, because the actual widgets in the list are kind of list items and the things that I've supplied are strings, and this adapter class kind of translates from one to the other, and we can use that to get the actual value that the user sees by saying adapter dot, because that's the name I gave to the local variable here, adapter dot get item at position, and here I can just put in the position, which I call pos, and let's just put a semicolon on the end there. So I'll maximize that and save it. I think I did something wrong here, but I'm not quite sure what. So let's take a look at the error. Oh yeah, I need to fill in the duration for the toast. So I'll say toast.length short, and let's put show in there. And let's finally run that. And still some error here. I think that should be okay. So I've got this. Oh yeah, it's I need to put in here. I often forget this main activity.this, because here I'm in a method of an anonymous class. So this would refer to the unnamed class that this object here belongs to, and I want the enclosing object, main activity. Okay, so that looks good, and let's run this, and let's just take a look here at the console. Now if you're kind of still unclear about what this adapter is, don't worry, because we're going to cover this more in future tutorials, but as I say, basically it's just transforming a list of strings into items in the list. So let's take a look. So this is starting, and I'll take a look at my emulator here, and as it started, or are we still looking at the last one? I think it is good. Let's try clicking it. Yep, so there I go. And the value is 0 here. Did I do something wrong? I think, oh yeah, I called get item ID at position, and that's getting me an ID for the item, but what I really want is get item at position. There we go. So I want to get the item itself, and because I added strings to this list, the items will be strings. So finally, let's try running this again, and this time hopefully it should actually work. So installing, and we're going to move on to looking at how you can render the list items in the way that you like and add icons to them and things like that, but I thought I'd keep it simple for this initial tutorial. So now let's click an item, and there we've got the position is 0 in the list and the value is Bob, and you see it works for the other items too. Whoops, let's click Sue, and my toasts are kind of queuing up here. Try Bob again, and Mike, which is at position 2 because they're 0 based. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to take a bit more of a look at this in the next tutorial before eventually going back to our Note Squirrel application and then moving on to some even more exciting things. But that's it for now, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at dynamically populating lists. In the last tutorial we created a list like this, and this is statically populated from strings that exist here. There's like a string array here in this strings.xml, and the values are kind of hard coded into the list here. But often what you want to do with a list is you want to populate it with the results of some kind of query or something. And I'm sure we'll touch on that again later, but we'll take the first important step there by populating this list with using like programmatically instead of using hard-coded values. So I'm going to go into my layout here. So let's go to activity-main.xml, and I'm going to get rid of this Android entries option here. So let's get rid of this, and I still want to use those entries actually, so I'm going to just retrieve that array of strings as an actual Java array here in my set list listener code. So to do that, I'm going to say here string array, and let's call this string array values, and I'm going to use a method of activity called get resources. And get resources allows you to, having code completion problems here, but get resources allows you to get resources like string values, for example. And I'm going to use a method that actually returns a resources object, I think it is. If I hover the mouse over here, it returns resources object. And I'm going to just use method chaining here rather than declaring a separate resources object. And I'm going to say get string array. And to get string array, I just pass the value from r.java. So r.array.list options is the name that I gave to the array in strings.xml. And that will get me a literal array of strings. Now to transform that array of strings from an array to a bunch of list items, I can use a class called array adapter. So I'm going to declare an array adapter, and I'm going to say that I'm going to pass it strings here. And let's add the import there with Control-Shift-O, and I'm going to call this adapter, and I'll set that equal to a new array adapter, and I need to pass some values to the constructor here, and the first value I'm going to pass is going to be the context. Context is an interface that activities implement, and so I'm just going to pass this here to pass in the activity. And let's just look at the constructors for a minute here. And I want to use this 3-argument form of the constructor for reasons that we'll see in a minute. And for the second argument here, I'm going to pass the value android.r.layout.simple list item 1, which we'll come back to in a second. And the final value is the array of values that I want to use in my list. And I'll just, oh yeah, it's called values, not value. There we go. So that's all working. And then we'll return to this in just a second. But what I'm going to do now is, once I've got my list, I'm going to say list.setAdapter. Set adapter. And I'm going to pass it this adapter that I've just created. And so I haven't got the hard-coded values here anymore, but they are. I am now getting them from the XML and setting them on the list. And just to kind of prove the point, just for a moment here, let's change the first value. So I'll change it from Bob to, let's have the first value here, index 0. I'll change this from Bob to Zeus. And let's run this. And I'll check that it's working. Let's have a look at the console. Yeah, it is installing it in the emulator. Now, so context is pretty straightforward here, and the values is pretty straightforward. And by the way, the great thing is that if you look at the different constructors that ArrayAdapter's got, you'll see that you can also supply an array list here. So it doesn't have to be an array. I'm just using an array here because this is convenient, but this will take list values. So if you query something on a mobile phone and you get it back into an array list or a linked list or something, you can supply the values here. And now this value here, this is actually a predefined layout in Android. It's an XML layout. And you'll notice that I'm not using r.layout because that would refer to my own r.java file, and I don't want to do that. I'm using a predefined constant here from android.r.layout, and this simple list item is a XML layout that just lays out kind of one text item in your list. So so that will do for here, and if we look at it now, it looks exactly the same as before, except that my values here are dynamically populated, and of course I can change them. And as I say, I could use an array list that I've created myself here instead of this array. So that's it for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial we're going to look at how you can actually create your own array adapter, and you can put all kinds of fancy things as items into your list, and you can lay out your list items however you want and use icons and things like that. So we'll look at that in the next tutorial, and that's it for this time, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at having lists that have a custom formatting for the items. So the goal of this tutorial is we want to start with a list of objects in an array, and we want to be able to create a list view that represents each of those objects in some kind of custom way. So the objects could, for example, be emails, or they could be books with titles of books, or products in some kind of online shop, or anything like that. So I've got a Hello World application set up here, and let's start with some kind of list of objects that we want to represent visually in a list. So I'll create some kind of object here. Let's take as an example, let's take like a list of emails, and just to keep this simple, I'll just have the sender of the email and the title of the message, and I'll display those in a list. So I'll create a message class that can represent messages for a start, and let's get rid of this main here, we don't need that, and I'll give it a private string sender field and a private string title field. So this is just kind of like a bean class that just stores the sender and the title of an email, and of course in real life it would store the contents and other stuff as well. Now I'm just going to right click here and go to source, override, implement methods. Actually that's not the one I want. The one I want is source and generate getters and setters. So I'll generate getters and setters for these values, and I'll also, let's right click here and go to source, generate constructors. Where are we? Source. I want to generate a constructor automatically, so generate constructor using fields, and I'll tick those two, and there we go. So there is my constructor, and actually I'll move this to the top, and I'll just format this with Ctrl-Shift-F. So this is just kind of like a really simple bean class that can store bits of data. And in my main activity now, I'm going to imagine that I'm going to get a list of emails from somewhere. So let's actually have a method here called, let's call it something like setup email list, and I'll call that from onCreate, and I'll just implement that method here. And let's imagine, to keep things simple, that we've got this list of messages from somewhere. So for the moment, I'll just create some messages here. So let's say list message. So I'm just using Java util list here to store some messages, and I'll call this messages equals new array list of messages, like this. And let's add a few messages from this list to this list. So I'll have a comment here saying retrieve these messages from somewhere, and in reality here I'm just gonna make them up. So let's say messages.add new message, and for the constructor I supply first the sender, so let's say Bob Smith, and the title, my cat has gone missing. And I'll just have like just a few more of those. Let's just see what this error is. Oh yeah, it should be messages.add. So that's okay. Let's just have a few more messages just for testing purposes. So I'll paste in a few more of these, and I'll have Bob Smith, Sue, Blake, let's say Mike Peters, and Sarah Rogers, and I'll just have a few different titles here. So this could be special offer, and read any good books ? And is the canteen on fire ? Typical messages that you get during the day when you're at work. And now, so I want to take these messages and put them in a list using some custom formatting, and we'll look at some really simple formatting in this tutorial, and then in the next couple of tutorials we're going to look at styling this list, and we're going to look at using icons in this list as well. So I'll break this up into a few separate tutorials, and here we'll just really deal with the code part more than anything, rather than the formatting too much. So let's create for this. Now I've got a list. Well, actually I haven't got a list yet. So let's do that. Let's create a list. So at the moment I've got this Hello World application, and it's just got a text view in it. And I'm going to replace this text view here with a list view like this. And the list view doesn't need here, it doesn't need too many fields to get it started. I just need I need an ID for it. So let's say ID, and I'll call the ID email list, and I'll give it a layout width of match parent, and I'll give it a layout height of wrap content. So it's just high enough to display the items in it. And then in my main activity I can get a handle to that list by saying list view equals, and I just use find view by ID, r.id dot email list, and that will get me a handle to my list. Now to transform these items into something that I can put in a list, I need to use some kind of adapter, and we've seen array adapter so far, which can just take it can take any kind of item basically, as long as that item has a toString method, it can take that and display it in its list. But if you want to display something a bit more fancy than just a bunch of strings in your list, like here I want to display at least 2 strings for each item, and later on we want to add an icon as well, then you need to create your own adapter, and the function of the adapter is to basically change these objects into items in your list. So let's create an adapter here. I'm going to right click and go to new class, and I'll call this message adapter, because it's going to adapt messages into list items. And I'll say that this extends base adapter. Let's get rid of this main method, which I keep putting in by accident, and I'm going to make it implement. So implements list adapter. So list adapter has a whole bunch of methods, but some of them are implemented by base adapter here, so I'll make use of that. And having added those imports there, I'll now click this message and go to add unimplemented methods. And now all we have to do now is implement these methods basically. So I'm going to give this a constructor. Let's give it a constructor public. Well, I'll create a place to store the list of messages in this list adapter. So I'll say private list message, and let's call this messages. And now I can create a constructor here that expects a list of messages. So I can go to right click, source, generate constructor using fields, and just use message here. So here's my constructor. And I don't need to pass the list of messages in from somewhere else. I could have this message adapter actually get the messages itself, but for the moment, for this tutorial, I'll just pass them in when I create it. So now back in the main activity here, I've got my list of messages, and I can create my adapter. I can say message adapter equals new message adapter, and I can pass in my messages like this. And then after I get my list, I can say list view dot set adapter and pass in the adapter. And at this point later on, I can now say handle on item click. But I won't do that in this tutorial because we've seen how to handle item clicks before. What I'll do now is I'll just handle the formatting of these objects in the list. So I've created my custom adapter, and I've told the list to use that adapter, and now I need to do a bit more work on this. And the custom adapter, this should be called messages actually, just at the moment just stores a reference to my list of messages that I pass in from outside. Now to actually format these messages, I'm going to have to create some custom XML. But before we do that, let's already handle the methods that we can. So get count here, that's going to return a number of messages, which is going to be just messages.size. So that's pretty simple. That's just the number of items in my list. And get item is going to have this should return the actual item, so from the list. So I can say here return messages dot get and position. That's pretty simple, just returning stuff from this array list of messages here. Get item ID, you don't really have to implement this, and I think array list adapter actually, if you use strings, will just return -1, but usually you do want to have an ID for each of the items in your list. So let's here give it an ID. I'll say private int ID, and I'll right click here and go to source, override, go to source, generate getters and setters, there we go, and I'll generate a getter and setter for ID. So just get ID and set ID. And in main activity, well actually let's go to message again, and let's also have int ID here, and say this.id equals ID in the constructor. And actually maybe it's nicer if I have the ID which is in a way the most important but also a very short field, as the first argument in the constructor. And then I can say, when I create the messages, I can give each one an ID. So let's just say 0, 1 and 2 and 3. So each message now has an ID as well as a sender and a title. And in my message adapter now I can say here, return messages. Well, let's get the yeah, actually that should work. Messages.get position.get ID. So I'm just returning the ID of each message. And as I say, you don't really have to implement that. It's not vital. Just implement it if you want to use it, basically. And usually you do want to use it because in on click you probably want to get the ID of an object in your list rather than any text that the user sees. So and now finally we've got this get view, and this is where the interesting stuff happens. And what we need to return here is some kind of a kind of list item view that represents the items in the list. It will represent a particular item in the list given by this position. And I need to create some XML that will format the list item. And as I say, we're going to look at colors and icons in the in the subsequent tutorials. But here I'm just concerned with arranging the text on screen in a kind of pleasing fashion. So I'm going to go to layout here, and I'm going to go to right click. I'm going to right click and go to new Android XML file, and I'm going to say that I want to create an XML layout here based on linear layout for the moment, and I'm going to call this message, let's call it list message item, something like that, and click finish. Now let's take a look at that XML. So I'll look at the raw kind of view rather than this designer, which I'm not too keen on. And so we've got a linear layout base tag there, and now I'm going to just put for the moment 2 text views in here that are going to represent the sender and the message title, and I just want to put those underneath each other. So I think what I'll do is well, I'll keep this vertical linear layout, but I'll change it to horizontal. And what I have in mind is that I'm going to end up with an icon on the left, and then on the right 2 bits of text, the sender and the title, underneath each other. So this is going to be more complicated than it needs to be just for the moment, but I'm going to nest another linear layout in here with I'll say layout.width for the moment equals match parent, and the layout height is going to be wrap content, and the orientation here is going to be vertical. So and I could already actually put a image view in here, so I'm going to have an image view here that's going to hold an icon ultimately, but for the moment I'm not going to use anything in that image view. So I think I'm allowed just to have a kind of blank one as a placeholder, so I'll leave that there for the moment. And in this vertical linear layout I'm going to have 2 text views. So my first text view here, let's give this the ID of title, like this. So maybe I'll call it list title, or list list message title. That's a good idea. And I'll say that this the width of it is going to be, so layout width is going to be match parent, let's say for the moment, and the layout height wrap content. And you can sort of fiddle with all this stuff later, of course. And just for the moment, although we're going to replace this in subsequent tutorials, I'm going to specify a text color just so we can kind of see something happening. I'm going to say text color, and let's say that the text color is going to be here I can hard code a color, which isn't really good practice, but I will just for the moment. And you can specify colors using, you type the hash, and then you have a 6-digit or 8-digit if you want to specify transparency. But for non-transparent colors, just a 6-digit hexadecimal value. And the way it works is the first 2 numbers are red, which I'll set at 00, and then green, for which I'll have FF, and blue, which I'll set to 00 again. So this is going to be kind of ugly colouring, but I just want to demonstrate this working. And I'll also set the background here, and let's set that to black, so 000000. And I'll set the text size here as well. And let's set this to maybe, I don't know, let's try 16 device independent pixels, 16 dp. And I'll copy that, and I'll have another one of those underneath within this. Actually, yeah, I want to set this, this in a linear layout is set to vertical. So these are going to be underneath each other here. And I'm going to set the layout, the text size here to 14 maybe, and I'll leave the other things the same, and we'll see how that looks. So the bottom line is I've got just some layout XML, and I've got at the moment an image view that I'm not doing anything with for the moment, and I've got a couple of text views, one underneath the other here for the title and the sender. So I'm going to give this an ID here of list message sender. Now in my message adapter here, for each item I need to get for a start the XML that I want to turn into the list item, and to do that I'm going to need well, it will help if I pass to my constructor the activity that I'm calling it from. Let's activities implement the context interface. So I'm going to say context here, and we'll see why in just a minute. And here I'll say private context, and here I'll say this dot context equals context. So we're just storing a reference to the context from the constructor, and back in main activity now I can pass in this context because activities implement that context interface. And in my adapter now, because I've got a reference to the context, I can now use that to get the XML layout by saying context.get get resource. Oh yeah, come to think of it, I won't get the XML directly, but I do need this because I need to say context.get system service, and then context.layout inflator service, because what I need here is I need an inflator service object which is capable of finding my XML and turning it into a list item. So here I'll say layout inflator inflator equals, and we'll cast the return type of get system service to layout inflator, and I'll add the import there and save that. So if I expand this now, so we're just using the context. You could call get system service directly if you're in an activity, but we're not here, so I had to pass the activity in as this context and pass context.layout inflator service, and that will get you a layout inflator. And you can then say inflator.inflate, and here I can pass in the ID of my XML, which is going to be r.layout, sorry, let's take a look at where I put that actually. Let's just comment this out, save everything, and so I've got this list message item, and it's got an error on it actually. So let's have a look at this error, and string type's not allowed here. Oh yeah, what I did wrong was I've got to, let's just cut this because I need to say here, I'll use the autocomplete, and I need to say @ +ID / and then the ID, like that. So let's just copy that and paste it into here as well and save that. So your ID for your XML won't be generated in r.java until you've got rid of any syntax errors in it, and that's the problem that I was having there. So now I've done that. Now I can say inflator in my message adapter here. I can use the inflator to say r.layout. Here we go, list message item, and that refers to my XML there. And for the root, I'll just pass null here. And this returns a view. So if I hover over inflate here, it returns a view object. So I can say view equals inflator.inflate, and then I can return the view. And that's going to return me basically the inflated version, the kind of list item view version of my XML. Now there's just one little more thing that I want to do here, just to get this working as a minimal kind of example, which is I want to say in the view, I want to get my actual text items so that I can set the message sender and the message subject in it. So here get view is going to be called by the system, and it's going to pass in a position of the item to display. And I can now say message, which is the message object that I defined, the message class, message equals, and I've got my list of messages up here, which I could also just be retrieving dynamically inside this adapter. And I can say messages.get, because it's an array list, and pass in a position. So I've got the message now that I want to display. And I can say like string title equals message.getTitle, because I implemented this getTitle messaging here. And I can say string sender equals message.getSender, because I implemented that method in message as well. And now I can say in here text view title view equals, and I want to find the text view here. I want to find this text view, the sender text view, within this layout. And this layout has been inflated into this view by the inflator, which is kind of a list item view. So I can say view, which is the actual view of this particular item, view dot find view by ID, and I can pass in the ID r.id dot of the message title in this case, yeah, because this is the title view here, and I need to cast the return type of that to a text view and add the import for text view like that. There we go, and it's a text view, of course, because that's what I'm finding here. It's a text view. And I'll do the same again for my my message subject. And I appreciate that this is a hell of a lot of stuff to take in, and I'm going through a complete example from scratch here, so that because I figured if I built on previous tutorials, there's even more chance that I'm going to lose you here. But this is going to be a fairly self-contained example that you can look at again if you need to. So I've got the title there, and now I need the sender. So the idea of that is list message sender, and let's call this sender view. And now finally, so I've got those two text views, and now I can say title view dot set text, and I can pass in the title that I got from my message, and sender view dot set text, and I can pass in the sender that I got from my message list. Now if I've got all this right, this might actually work. So let's run this, click run, and to quickly review what I've done is, so I had a list of messages that I got from somewhere, and in this case I just hard coded them myself just for this example, and I created a custom message adapter, and I told my list view to use that adapter, and the list view of course is defined in my main activity layout. And then the message adapter itself implements list adapter and extends the base adapter class. And I passed in my list of messages, but I could have gotten them in the adapter itself. And most of these methods were almost intuitive to implement, and the get view is the tricky one, and that's where you need to get a layout inflator using a reference to your activity which you can pass in, and then inflate your XML, and then find the relevant bits that you want to change here for the particular item in your list item XML, and then just return it. And your list item XML is just something that formats one single item in your list. Now I think I've got an error there, so it says sorry, and that it's stopped, and you see there's red text down here, so I've done something slightly wrong, and I'm going to go to the top of this red text here, and let's take a look. You must supply a layout width attribute on line 7 in my XML. And I think in fact what I've done here is, let's go to my list XML. I suspect that line 7 is in fact this dummy image view that I put in here. Let's actually just get rid of that for the moment, and I'll implement it later, although this, as it says, that nested layout is useless without having something else there. But let's just run that, because I just want to get this working for the moment. So I click run and take a look at the console, and it says starting activity. Now finally we've got our custom list items, and we could add an on item click listener there. Now you'll notice firstly that they don't look all that great. They've just got green text, and my list message item.xml that formats these items, it's got hard-coded colours in it, which isn't good, and they also don't seem to respond when you click on them. And we're going to fix all those things in the next tutorial, although for many purposes this would probably be enough for you. But what we're going to do is we're going to add an icon, and we're going to format these messages a little bit more, and I'm going to make them flash when you click on them as well. So that's more than enough for this tutorial, and I hope I didn't lose you too much there. And of course you can go through it again, and if you type this stuff out for yourself, believe me, it will start to make a lot more sense than if you're just looking at it in a video. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at using icons in list items. And a lot of what I'm going to say here also applies to using icons generally, for example as the background of a button or in a image button. So at the moment I've got this application here, and I've got these specially formatted list items, and if I look at the XML that formats each item, I've got a linear layout nested within a linear layout, and this inner linear layout isn't any use at the moment, but the reason I added it was because I want to add an image icon here that will have an icon on it. So this one's a horizontal linear layout and this one's vertical, and the inner one lays out these bits of text underneath each other, and this outer one I want to lay out first an image icon and then the two bits of text horizontally. So if you start Explorer on your system, you'll find that you already have a useful source of free icons on your computer, and you can of course create icons, preferably as .png files if you want, using any kind of image software like GIMP or Inkscape, or two good free ones. But if you go to, if you look for your Android SDK folder, and I installed my Android SDKs using Eclipse, and if you install them yourself they're liable to end up in your C program files folder on Windows, but if you install via Eclipse and you're using Windows, they seem to end up in C users, and here's my username, John. Whoops, and this Android-SDKs folder, and then once you find this folder, wherever it is, if you go to platforms and pick an Android platform and data, resources, and pick one of these drawable folders, for example, not the language specific ones that just have like a little bit of stuff in them, but one of the kind of drawable -HDPI or LDPI or MDPI or the other one. So let's look at drawable HDPI, for example, and in here you can find a whole bunch of icons which, as far as I understand, because Android is open source, I think you can use these in your application as long as you release the Creative Commons share-alike license that Android, I believe, is released under with your application. But don't take my word for that, please check into this yourself. But as far as I know, you can basically use these icons. Now I want to use a couple of these icons here. If you look through here, I quite like these sort of circular icons. In fact, there's a whole group of them here somewhere, if I can just find them. So lots of icons to cover virtually every situation here, and there's some circular ones there, but I think the ones that I want are not these stars. Well, I really can't find them. Hang on, what I'll do is, oh, here we are, yeah, we've got them. Okay, so I thought that I'm kind of formatting here a list of fake email messages, and I thought I'd kind of have one icon for if the message has been read supposedly, and one icon if it hasn't. But for the moment I'll just have one icon that will do for both cases. So I'm gonna take this icon, I think, and let's also have a kind of grayer version of that, like this one here. And I'm just gonna in fact, if I right click on this and copy these, I think this will work, and then I go to Eclipse, and now I got those from the drawable HDPI folder here. So if I click on my drawable HDPI folder here in Eclipse, right click now and go to paste and expand that, I can paste those icons in, and you can also drag them in directly if you arrange your windows appropriately. And if you're going to release your application for multiple screen densities, as with images, you want to drag in icons for each of the separate possible pixel densities, screen pixel densities that you want to support. But just for brevity here, I'll just use this HDPI one for the moment. Now I can create a image view in here that will do for displaying my icon. So I'm going to say here image view, and let's give it an ID. So I'll say ID, Android ID, and I need this @ plus ID, and let's call it list, something like list message icon. I'm trying to prefix everything in this list with list underscore, so I can remember that it's a list, and then message underscore, so I can remember which list it is. And I need to give it some dimensions as well, so I'll say layout width, and let's make this wrap content, and layout height I'll also make wrap content. That will probably work, and I'll just format that with Ctrl+Shift+F. And let's look at this warning here. So it's probably the content, yeah, the content description. So let's just give it a content description just to shut it up, and say in here email message, like that. And I'll just extract this string, so I'll just select it and go to right click, go to quick fix, extract string, and I'll get it to put that string in strings.xml, like that. So now we've got an ID here, and that string is actually in the strings.xml file. Okay, so that looks good. The error hasn't gone away, and it's not letting me save it for some reason. Let's just put a blank line in, save all. There we go, that's better. Okay, so now I can set the icon on this image view, and for the minute let's just say let's just set the source here, And if I now use autocomplete and go to drawable, because I added that icon to drawable HDPI, the two icons actually, if I use autocomplete again in here, I can select one of my image, an ID that corresponds to one of my images. And if I save that, and I probably also want here, I want to say padding. I want some padding around my image. Let's say 5 device independent pixels, just to kind of space things out a bit, so that the text on here, so the image is going to appear here at the left, and I want the text not to be directly next to it, but a little distance away from it. And now the other thing I need to do here is if I run this now, you'll see that I actually set my text views to have a black background, but the image is transparent. Those icons actually have a transparent background, which you can see if you open them in GIMP, the free photo manipulation tool, for example. And I don't want this to show through like the colour of the underlying screen, which is probably white. So what I want to do is I'm going to take this background out of the text views, and I'm going to paste it into my enclosing linear layout up here, so I can give the linear layout a black background. And then the text view controls, most of the controls in Android are transparent, and if you don't give them a background, usually they'll show through the background behind them. So if you set the linear layouts background, then hopefully the whole thing will be black as we want, and we'll be in business. So I'll save that and I'll click run. And actually there's another thing that I forgot, which is I probably have to set gravity, and I want to set that to probably vertical center. Let's see, so center vertical here, because what that will do is it will make sure the image is centered vertically rather than having it up near the top of the image item or something. So I don't know if it's got my center vertical in or not, but it looks good. And I think maybe I accidentally cut the green text color out of my first text because it's appearing a sort of dull grey color, but I think that's basically it. So there's the icon. I think it looks quite nice. But now a further step, a further refinement here is we could have a different icon potentially for each item in the list, but here I think I want to say that my list items can have one of two different states, and I want to have a different icon for each state. So two different icons depending on the actual email message. So let's take a look at an example of that. And I'm going to look at my message here, my message class, which represents, this holds the data underlying the items in my list, and we saw this in a previous tutorial. And I'm going to give this a private boolean red, which I'll initialize to false. So this is to say whether the message has been read or not. And I'm just going to right click here, somewhere down here, and go to source, generate getters and setters, and tick red, click OK. So now we've got set red and is red. So if you have a boolean, the corresponding getter will be is rather than get. So these allow us to get and set the red value, and I'll set it to false by default. And let's have another constructor here which will allow me to set whether the message has been read or not. So let's say here boolean red, and then I can say this.red equals red. And now let's take a look at when I create the messages in my main activity here. This is a bit of an artificially contrived situation, but let's have some of them true and some of them false. So I'll make this one false, and let's make the last one true. This is just setting whether these messages have supposedly been read or not. Now the challenge is now to give these a different icon depending on whether they've been read or not. So in my message adapter here, I'm going to I need to get the image icon here. I need to get this from the view so that I can change its icon. So to do that, it's pretty much similar to getting a text view here. Let's just copy that, and I'll say here image view and I need to cast the return value here to an image view, and let's call that icon view, and let's change this to r.id dot, and Eclipse is complaining again, but here we go, list message icon. So that's the ID of my image view in this list here. So I'll save that and add the import for image view there, Control-Shift-O, and now let's say here we need to get the appropriate icon for the message. So I'll say here boolean is red, and I'll say equals message dot get red, not get red, dot is red. There we go. So I'm getting the red status of that message, and now I can create a drawable. So I can say drawable icon, and let's set that equal to null just for a minute, and just add the import for drawable there. And a drawable is basically, of course, a thing that you can draw, and in this case it's going to be an icon. And now I can say, I can use my context, which is, I've got a context here which I passed in my constructor, and the context is just a reference to the activity which implements the context interface, and I can use that to say context dot get resources dot get drawable, and I can supply the ID for my icons in here. Now I want to do two different things here depending upon the whether the message is read or not. So let's say if is red. In fact, yeah, I guess what I could do, I could say int icon ID, and let's choose the icon ID here. So I could set it by default to and let's say here r.drawable dot and I'll set this focused kind of icon that I used, that I dragged in by I was going to say by mistake, I don't know why, that I dragged in from the Android icon set. And then I'll say if is red, I'll change that and I'll say icon ID equals r.drawable dot and I'll set this disabled one instead of the focused one, which is kind of the grey version of that icon. So we're using r.drawable instead of r.id because that's how you refer to things in these drawable folders. And it doesn't matter that we haven't got a drawable folder. We've just got drawable LDPI, drawable HDPI, and so on. As long as you've added images to one folder, you should have that ID. As long as you've saved things and your program is built successfully, you can reference these from r.java. And as I say, you probably should drag icons into each of these folders from the separate corresponding image folders that you're using, or else create different sizes for them yourself and check on the Android developer guide for suitable icon sizes if you want. But let's just use this one for the moment. And so now I can say context.getResources.getDrawable, and I can pass the icon ID in. So I'm passing in the icon ID like this one or this one, depending on whether this message is read or not, which I've got from my message. And now finally, so this returns a drawable, and I can say drawable icon equals, and now I can get I've got my reference to my icon view. And so let's what's the problem here? Oh yeah, I've already got this drawable icon. Let's delete that one up there because we don't need it. And now I can say icon view dot set, I think it's set image, yeah, and we've got this view of set image, actually set image drawable, which sets the drawable, and I can pass in the icon there. And finally now, if I run this with a bit of luck, we will change the icon depending on whether the message has supposedly been read or not. And you can use this technique here to set icons on all kinds of things. Of course, it's not really restricted to list items. And here we see that the red messages are sort of grey, they have greyish icons, and the unread ones have these bright blue icons. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and in the next tutorial we're probably going to move on to looking at styling these a bit, because we shouldn't really have the text colors directly hard-coded into the layout, and we also want it so that when the user touches these list items, they kind of briefly flash a different color to indicate they've been touched, and we'll look at that next time, I should think. So join me again next time, and until then, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at style sheets in Android. So I've got this application here, List Demo application, that has these list items in it, and if I look at the XML that styles these list items, it's this XML here, and it's got hard-coded colors in it and text sizes. It's got an Android background color here, and it's got a text color and text size, and it's good practice to take at least the colors and text sizes and fonts and things like that, and possibly also other attributes as well, and put them in a style sheet that can then be applied either to your whole application or to a particular activity, or even to just particular text views. But it's better to take this style information out of your raw XML files, out of your layout views. So I'm going to go ahead and create a style sheet here in which I can put colors and text sizes, and I'll do this now. I'll create this now because it's easier to see it than to hear an explanation of it, and I'll explain a bit more afterwards. So probably you've already got this styles.xml in your values folder, and this is a kind of stub for a style sheet, but I'm going to ignore that and create my own one from scratch actually. And I'm going to let's click off that, and I'm going to right click my values here and go to new Android XML file, and I'll set resource type to values, and the file, let's call it, well, the application is called custom lists. Let's call it custom list styles. So you can have more than one style sheet, or style I should say, because it's not really a sheet, within a single XML file, and you need to make sure that the root element here is going to be resources. And I'll click finish, and then I'll double click my custom list styles, and if you just look at the raw view at the moment, I've got an open and closing resources tag here, but I'm going to go to the user interface view, the Eclipse kind of view of it, and click add here, and I'm going to add a style stroke theme. Actually, a theme is just a style that's applied to an entire activity, but it's actually no different from a style. So now I'll click OK, and I need to give this a name, and since I might choose to apply this to my entire activity, my entire application, at least to start with. So I'll give this a name. I'll just give this a generic name since I'm not really sure what I'm going to do with it exactly. I'll call it JWP just because JWP are my initials, or I could just call it actually my style, which makes it clear that I've just made this name up, I think. And I'm not going to specify parent here. I'm just going to click save all here, and if I look at the raw view here, that's just given my style a name. And I'll go back to the resources view, and I'll click add, and I'll add an item. And now an item corresponds to basically anything that you can style a user element with, a view with, or at least if not everything, then a lot of things. So I'm going to take this Android text size, I'm going to copy that, and that's going to become the name of the item in my style, Android : text size. So I'll copy that, and I'll paste this in here, right click and go to paste. And for value, I'm going to go back to my layout again, and I'm going to take this 16 device independent pixels, copy that, and I'm going to paste that in for the value here. So paste it in. Let's just take a quick look actually. Maybe 16 is a bit big, I'm not sure. Let's make it 14 and see how that looks. And then I'll click Save All. And if you look at custom list styles.xml, the raw view, now we've got this item in here which styles the text size to 14 device independent pixels. And I could have, for example, I can take this color as well, Android text color here. Let's go back to my style sheet here. Where are we? And not that one, this one. List, oh, that's an old file actually that I've got open, so I'll close that. Let's go to custom list styles.xml here. Go to the resources view and click add, and I'll add another item. And let's set this, the name of this, to Android text color. And let's set the text color to white, so I'll say hash and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Fs. So red, green and blue are all set to FF, which is the maximum possible value. And I'll save that. So we've got text size and text color in here. Now let's just demonstrate that. So initially what I'll do is I'll go to my Android manifest here, and if I scroll up and go to application, let's have a look. So here I've got this theme, and I can set the theme to a style sheet that will style my entire application. So in this case it would set all the text in my application to 14 device independent pixels. That's the size of it, and the color to white. And just to show you that, let's click browse and select my style. That's the name that I gave to my style sheet. And I'm going to go to my list message item here, and I'm going to delete the size and color from my actual items. So let's get rid of, actually I'll leave this for the moment. So if you have a text color or a size in your actual item, it will override anything in the style. So the kind of closer you define your styles to the actual item, then the more they override the earlier ones. But so in this case, if I say color and size is this, it will have this color and size. But if I don't specify any color and size, like here, it will get the color and size from the style sheet. So this one will be styled with my style sheet, and this one will have this text color and this text size. And let's just see how that works. So if I look at my application here, you can see that this text is now being styled with my style sheet, and this still has the specific color and size that I set in the item. Now I probably don't want to, at least in this case, set the text size and color for my entire application. What I'd like to do is set it possibly just for individual text items actually. So if I look here at my style sheet, let's go to my custom list styles. Let's change the name of this to, let's call it title style, something like that. So let's try, yeah, title. Well, I could just call it title actually, because it's sort of obviously a style in a way. And I'll save that. So the name of my style now is title, and if I go into my XML that actually styles the items, that actually formats the items in my list, any one of these, like linear layout or image view or text view, they have style attributes where I can set the style sheet. So on my text view here, let's say style and autocomplete, and here I want to set array style. I read that as array, I should say @ style really, and set it to title. So that will style that particular text item. And in my Android manifest here, let's get rid of this. Let's set this back to the kind of default app theme. Or actually I could just probably get rid of this altogether actually. So let's save that. So I just want it really to have the default theme, the default activity style for my platform for the most part, but I want to override a few elements of the style here. And let's create another one of those. So I'll just copy this actually, because it's going to be easier just to copy this and paste it rather than use the resources view. And I'll change this to subject, and I'll make the text a little bit smaller here. Let's say 12. And I'll go back to my list XML layout here, and I'll get rid of the hard-coded colors here, and I'll set this style to @style and the subject style to style this text view. And finally, I also want to change the background here of my linear layout. So let's again go to the style sheet here, custom list styles, and well, here actually I'll use the resources view again, and I'll click add. In fact, I won't do that. What I'll do is I need to add a new actual style. So let's say I thought that should let me define a style, but it doesn't seem to. I wonder if I can deselect that. Perhaps I can't. Let's click add. Okay, well, oh yeah, I'll click this to filter on styles. Let's try that. And click, I think that filters on the style, display only string elements. So let's try this, display only style theme elements. Click add. Now we've got it. So now let's click on style theme, and I'll say list, let's say list background. That's a good name for style. And save, and I'll add an item to that. And for this item, let's say Android background, and I'll set that to black. So I'll have a hash and 1, 2, 3, 4. No, actually black will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. I'll save that. And let's just take a quick look at the XML. So now we've got this here. This just styles the background of whatever it's applied to. And I'll go to my text layout, my text XML layout again. Get rid of this background here. Type style, and I'll select the list background style. So you could style this. This is going to style basically it's going to set the background of anything within this activity. I think actually, I'm not completely sure. Well, because the sub items are all transparent anyway, so hopefully this should all look completely black. So let's run this and see what it does look like. So the take-home message here is you can set your styles to particular items, but you can also set them via the manifest to your entire application as well, in which case you call it a theme. And let's look at this. And now everything is nicely styled. I've got the background set to black from my style sheet, and I've styled the color and the size of my text. Okay, so that's the basic introduction to style sheets, and in the next tutorial we're going to look at selectors, and selectors are a way of telling your style sheet to use different colors depending on what actually happens in your application, and that's going to enable us to make these items flash a different color when you click them, which is going to be very nice. So join me again next time. Oh, no, there is actually one more thing that I forgot to say that I should tell you about, which is I didn't give my style a parent here. So I haven't specified a parent, but you'll notice the kind of default auto-generated one here. It does, where are we, styles.xml, it does specify a parent. Now my understanding of this is, if you specify no parent, you would get the default style for your application. It would override that style. So it's as if you have a load of items in here that have been built into Android, different styles, and you are just overriding the particular ones that you want. You're creating your own kind of well, you're overriding the ones that you want for whatever item you set this style for. But now, if you have your application, if you look at your manifest, if this application here and I'll go to Manifest Users SDK. You see, I've targeted this for API level 15, but I've said that it runs on 10. And if your target is at least 11, which is the, I forget the name for it now, is it Gingerbread? But it's kind of the, it's Android 3.0, basically. Version 11 will be Android 3.0. So as long as this is at least 11, what's going to happen is that if you don't specify a parent for your style, then it's going to use the Holo theme when it runs on Android version 11 or greater, and it will use the previous theme, which I think is called Light or something like that. It's this theme, I think, when it runs on the kind of older version, an older version of Android. For example, let's go back to Manifest. If it runs on Android version 10, the parent will be the kind of Light theme, I believe. So in a nutshell, I think it's probably best not to specify a parent for your style, but just make sure that you set the target SDK version, because that determines whether you'll pick up the latest parent theme by default. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at selectors in Android styles. So just to recap quickly, I've got a application here that kind of demonstrates a list in Android, and each of these separate items is configured by this XML here. So sorry, not this XML. Let's take a look. Layout, list message item. Here we go. So if this ever opens, my computer's suddenly being very slow, but here we go. So this XML configures a single item in my list, and originally I hard-coded colors into this, but what I then did was I put the different colors into a style sheet, which is here, custom list styles.xml. This has a bunch of styles in, and then each of the styles has a name, such as subject, list background, and title. And in my list message item.xml, I then use those styles to style the items as appropriate, like this. And here's the one that styles the background. And within the style sheet itself, if we go to custom list styles, all you do is you take the names of things that you want to change, for example Android text size or Android background or text color, and set the values for them in these items, and one style can select a whole bunch of these things. And if you don't specify a parent for your style, which none of these have a parent, then you'll get, basically, with a few details, missing out a few details, you'll get basically the default file, the default style for your theme, for your device, sorry, as the parent style. So that's just a really quick recap of what we're doing, because what we're doing now is going to build on this a little bit, because the problem here is that when I click the item, because we've set the colors on it, we've set the background of each list item in particular by setting the style of the linear layout, they don't flash when you click on them, and we'd like some feedback to say that we've clicked on something on a particular list item. And to achieve that, what we need is a selector, and a selector is basically a way of specifying a color that is going to be different depending on what's actually happening in your user interface. So at the moment in my style, for example, let's take a look at, if I look at the list message item XML, which formats each item, the background of this linear layout, which contains the icon and my two text items here, so each linear layout contains one of these items, it's the background of it is set using this list background style, and that style is in custom list styles, and it is here, it's this style, and I'm setting this item here, the Android background item. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to change this to a selector. This is black, this is the color black, and I'd like to change it to a selector that will change depending on whether I've just pressed the item or not. So to do that, I need to click Res here and go to New Android XML file, and I need a new, now this is the bit that I always forget, but I need, let's see, new values, I think it is, and I need to change, in fact, let's just take a look. Yeah, I think it's new values, or is it new drawable? Here we go, it's new drawable, that's what I need. So I need to create a new Android XML file, select the resource type to drawable, and then I need to say that the root element here is going to be selector. So as long as you've got the word selector in your head, you can try different options as I just did and finally find the right one. So you need the selector to be the root element. And I'll give this a name, let's call it list background. Let's call it just list background, actually, that will be fine. And I'll click finish. And let's take a look at this list background XML, which has now appeared in the drawable folder. So it's got the selector root tag, and if I place my cursor in here and use the autocomplete control space, I can create an item. And if I've got the cursor within the first item tag and I use control space, now these are a bunch of different states that Android widgets can have, and I want to have a particular color for if my list item is pressed. So I'm going to go to Android state pressed here, and I'm going to use control space again and select true in there. And in here I can have a, well, let's do control space with my cursor between these two tags, and what I need in fact is a color. So let's go to color here and control space again, and I'll say Android color here and control space. Actually, the control space is no use to me now. Now I can actually type a color finally. So I'll type hash. This is how you define colors, if you recall. And let's have maximum red, FF, and half of green and none of blue. So that will be an orange color. And let's have another item here as well. So I'll click down here and add another item, and I'll leave out, I won't have a state for this item, I'll just leave it blank, so that this will be the default color of my list background, list item background. And putting the cursor in between these two item tags and using control space, I can create a color again and control space again and select Android color, and let's set this to black, so hash and 1 2 3 4 5 6 zeros, and I'll do control shift F to format this. So the way these are actually read is that your Android will just work down from the top, so, and it will find the first one that matches your item. So it will look and say, okay, is the item pressed? If it is, okay, I'll use this color, otherwise I will carry on down the list. And then if the item's not pressed, it will say, okay, this doesn't match my item because state pressed is not true for my item. So let's have a look at this one. Well, this can match anything as long as it's some kind of widget. So I'll apply this value for the color in this case. So this is my selector, which basically just supplies a different color depending on whether your item is pressed or whether it isn't. It's just in some other state. Anything other than pressed is pressed equal to true, basically. And if this seems at all complicated, by the way, I recommend just doing this yourself, and it will become a lot simpler when you sort of type it in. It is a little bit convoluted, but it's not too bad. It's not rocket science. You just have to remember what goes where. And now I've got this selector. Let's go to custom list styles here. And for the background that I'm setting on my list item, and I'm using that style, if you recall, here for my linear layout. There's my list background style on my linear layout for the entire item. So in my style for list background, I'm going to change this hard-coded color black, get rid of that, use control space, and I'm going to select drawable, and I'm going to go to list background. The reason it's drawable is because my list background XML, the selector that I just created, is in the drawable folder where it has to be, and that's why we need this @drawable sign, and list background is the name that I gave to this XML file containing my selector. So finally, if I click run now, and if you get any errors, what will happen is you'll get probably your application in your emulator will say, or on your phone will say, it's been forced to stop, or sorry, the application stopped, or something like that. And you'll probably see some red text down here, but then just go to DDMS and you'll see red text like this. I think this is from a previous run with a bit of luck and not this run. And then you need to look at this really carefully and look for what the error is and try to find some reference, some mention of the XML file that it's actually in. But start from the top and read very slowly down and you should find what you're looking for. Let's take a look. So this looks okay, so that error was just from a previous run. And now if I click my list items, you can see that my selector is invoked and they flash orange when I click them. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at relative layout in Android. So I've got this list demo application here, and I'm styling each list item with two nested linear layouts. So the outer horizontal one lays out the icon and the inner linear layout, and the inner linear layout is a vertical one which lays out these two text items on top of each other. Now that's okay, but it's inefficient to use nested layouts, and it's probably okay with just like two linear layouts, but if you've got lots of linear layouts building up a custom form or something, then potentially that could get quite slow. And it's often possible to replace lots of even heavily nested linear layouts with a single relative layout, which is a very, very powerful view group. So we'll take a look at that now. And if you go to the internet and search for something like Android relative layout, you'll find the documentation for it from developer.android.com. And this third link here that shows me the relative layout parameters is particularly useful, because the idea behind relative layout, which we'll see in a minute, is that on each of the views that it contains, you can specify parameters, and these parameters say things like align parent left, which means align the left edge of your view with the left edge of the parent container, the parent layout, or align parent top, or you can say stuff like, let's see, if I scroll down a bit here, well, that's the whole lot actually. You can also find here, very useful, to left of or to right of, which lays one view out to the right of the other or the left of the other. And below, you've got below as well, and above. And you can specify IDs to these things, so you can say layout above this other view and give it an ID. But let's actually take a look at a practical demonstration of this, and I think you'll soon start to get the idea. So I'll leave this list message item.xml alone in case you want to look at it, and I'll supply the source code with this tutorial video. But let's right click here and create another XML layout. So I'll go to right click and go to new Android XML file, and I want a layout here, and I want to base it on relative layout, and let's call it list message item 2. So this is the second version, and I'll click finish. And let's look at the raw XML view of this. Now I'm going to go to my original version here, and I'll just copy the kind of items that I previously had in my old version of the layout, and I'll paste them into this relative layout here. Let's do Ctrl-Shift-F to format stuff. And another thing that I want to remember actually is I just want to take the style specification here from my old layout and paste it into my new one. So let's go to list message item 2 and look for the relative layout opening tag and paste that in there. Okay, so now I can go ahead and position my views within my layout, and actually I'm going to get rid completely of this inner linear layout, which I don't need. So let's just select this, delete it, and the same for this closing linear layout tag. So now I've just got 3 views, image view, text view and text view, within my relative layout, and I want to position the icon, the image view, over to the left here, and I want to put the text views on top of each other to the right of the icon. So let's tackle the icon first. Let's tackle this image view. To get that to go in the right place, I'm going to say, let's type layout and use the autocomplete, and I'm going to say align parent left, meaning I want to align the left edge of this icon with the left edge of the relative layout view, the sort of container view, and I'll just set that to true. And I want to align the top edge of my icon with the top edge of the container for the item. So let's say align parent top and set that to true. And that should be okay for the icon, I think. And I'm going to say in my text view, so the top text view now, we're looking at this text view here. I want to say that the top edge of that should be aligned to the parent as well. So let's say layout, and I'll say layout align parent top. Set that to true. So I'll align the top edge of that text view with the top edge of the parent. So these 2 edges will match up. And I'm going to say, let's take a look, layout, and I want it to be to the right of, so layout to the right of, and here I can specify the ID of my icon. So I'm going to just use the autocomplete again and go to @ID, and when you're actually using an ID, you don't want the plus. You only want the plus in there if you're defining the ID for the first time. So say @ID, whoops, yeah, there we go, and use the autocomplete again and select the ID of my icon, list message icon. So this ID here is the ID that I defined here. And I think finally, although it's possible we may have to tweak this a bit, I want to say here, let's say that layout, and I'll say layout to the right of again. In fact, I could copy, where are we? I could copy this to the right of, because my second text item also has to be to the right of the icon, even if the icon would be really small and it would end up being not directly to the right of it. I still want to make sure that kind of the left edge of this text view, which is this lower text view here, is to the right of this icon, even if it should be down here and the icon's up there. I want this to be to the right of that. So I'm going to paste that in there and say layout to the right of list message icon, and I want to say that it goes below. So let's say layout below and specify the ID here, and I'll say that it goes below this text view here, this message title, so it goes below the title. So all I'm doing is talking about putting one thing to the left of the other, to the right of the other, below it, above it, or aligning it with the edges of the parent container, and that's all you do with relative view. And as I say, like, if it still seems confusing at the moment, if you just try it and try laying out a few controls, you'll really quickly see how easy it is. It's surprisingly simple. So let's run this application, and if I've got it right, I've got it right first time, except that actually I think I'm still using the old version, so I haven't changed anything. Let's go to my main activity here, and I need to go to my message adapter, and in message adapter we select the layout to use, and I'm going to change this to my second version here, and let's run this, and if we're lucky we will see no difference here, or virtually no difference. But let's take a look, because it's quite easy to screw it up, but usually pretty easy to fix it as well. We'll take a look, and there we go. You can't really see any difference. Okay, which is good, which is perfect. And just to show you maybe that it is actually working, I could change something, like for example, I could say for this top text item here, I've got at the moment, I'm saying, where are we? If I look at the second one that I implemented, this relative layout, for this text item, the top text item, I'm saying align it to the right of the list message icon. But for example, if I said instead of that something like, let's just cut this and let's say, let's just go Control X and say layout align parent right. Where are we? Align parent right, and set that to true. Now what would happen would be this text view here, the right edge of it would align to the right edge of the parent. And let's just take a look and see how that looks. And here we go. Oh, it's not done quite what I expect. Did I say align parent left? So I've got align parent right, and on my text view, and the parent of this text view is a relative layout, and for some reason it's put it over to the left. Oh, but the reason is actually that I've said that the width of this text view is match parent, so the width of it is actually the entire width here, and if I align the right edge to the parent there, the left edge by default will align to the left edge of my parent here as well. So you can see there's lots of potential for getting confused with this, and this also this always confuses me, this kind of thing. I have the same problem with grid bug layout in Swing, and if you play around with either of these, you'll find that as well, that you have to bear in mind that a component might take up more space than you can actually visually see. But if I set like the background on this, and I'll finish this in a minute, but I just really want to show you this to demonstrate it, and if I set it to like green or something like that, then you'll see why align parent right didn't have quite the effect that I initially expected. Let's take a look, and so it's on its way, and there we go. You see that the text view actually takes up the entire width. So if you wanted to move it over to the right there, you would have to set it to wrap content or something like that instead of the layout width being match parent. But anyway, that's very ugly. I don't actually want that, so I'll put my original code back and leave it how it was. And that's it for this tutorial. Have fun with relative layout. It's really very, very powerful. And probably what I'll do next is I'll take this code and I'll integrate it into my NoteScroll application, and then, oh, I missed something there, and then we'll come back and take a look at NoteScroll again. So until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at how you can allow your application to let the user select a picture from the gallery. So since the last tutorial, I've added some more code to my NoteScroll application, and in fact let's take a look at it. And if I hold down the Recent Apps button, or in an older phone I'll press the menu button, and I go to this Replace Image option, I get this dialog which asks me if I want to either take a photo or browse the gallery. And if I take a photo, it will run my camera action, and it will save the photo, the URI of the photo that the camera returns, in a preference, and set it as the image for my application. And let's just take a quick look. One thing that I didn't cover out of that lot in a previous tutorial was how you can have a custom dialog with, for example, 2 buttons in it or whatever you want. And that's actually pretty simple. All you do is, let's see, so I've got here's my replace image dialog, and you use get layout inflator.inflate, and here is an XML layout with my 2 buttons in it, and I've just done builder.setView on the return value of get layout inflator.inflate. passing it the ID of that XML, and that allows you to create custom dialogues, which is what I've done. So there's nothing massively new there, and I figured it didn't really justify a whole tutorial in itself. And the camera code is stuff that we've covered before in a previous tutorial. But now I want to show you how to browse the gallery. And in this tutorial, we'll just look at creating an intent to browse the gallery. And then in the next tutorial, we'll go on to looking at how you retrieve the actual data that the gallery returns. So if I click that button in my dialog, let's take a look. If I click this Browse Gallery button, I've got a listener here to that button, which just runs this Browse Gallery method, and at the moment that's empty. Now what I need to do here is create an intent, and I'm going to say intent I equals, and I could create an implicit intent that lets the user select an image from any available source, but since it's already hard enough to get the return value just from the gallery, what with users using possibly different custom file managers and that kind of thing, I'm just going to stick to an explicit intent that explicitly launches the gallery action. And I'm going to say here new intent, and for the first argument I'm going to say intent.action. Whoops, I keep getting this from Eclipse, which is quite annoying. Intent.action pick. Here we go. And to specify the actual activity to run, I'm going to say media store dot images dot media dot external content URI, and this intent will hopefully run the gallery, and it will bring me back a URI of a kind of unique identifier within the gallery of the image that was selected. And then in the next tutorial I'll have to do a little bit of work to get the actual image itself, the actual image file from that URI. But let's say start activity for result and pass it the intent. And for the request code here, I'm going to create a request code. So I've already got my photo taken request code, which I set to 0, and I'm going to say private static final int select image, or let's actually call it browse gallery underscore request, and I'll set that equal to 1, and it doesn't matter what number I set it to as long as it's different to this one. And let's go down here, and now I can fill in this integer request code here to browse gallery request. And let's run this. Oh, and actually while I'm at it, I'm just going to copy that, because I'm going to go to my onActivity result, which I'm already using. I've already overridden this method for my camera image, but here I'm going to say if request code equals browse gallery request, and in here I can fill in some more stuff. But for the moment, what I'll do is I'll say toast dot make text, and for the text I'll say gallery result, and let's just I'm just going to output the value data.getData. Data is actually the intent here that's passed to one activity result. I've just called it data, or you could call it intent or something. Let's call it, let's supply here toast.length_long, and I'll say .show, and hopefully that will allow us to see what the gallery actually returns, and we'll look at that more in the next tutorial. So your onActivity result gets past this intent, which I've called data, and I'm just saying the intent here .get data, which should get me a URI. And let's go back to my phone here. So I'll just go back to the Android screencast program. Actually, I've started protecting my phone with a pin, which, although it's annoying, I was getting really worried about what would happen if I lost my phone and someone had access to all my email accounts. Okay, so I'm just going to log into my application here by pressing the right points, and here we are. Let's bring up this menu, and I press replace image and browse gallery, and with a bit of luck we'll go into the gallery, and here we are. Here's the gallery, and I can select a photo here. Let's select this one rather than this ugly shot of me, and there we go. And if you're quick enough, whoops, it's gone now. Let's try that again, see if it works again, although my application might now be in some kind of crazy inconsistent state. Let's take a look. Here we go. Content : /media / external, and so on. That is a URI of a image in the gallery, but it's not the file name of an image, and in the next tutorial we're going to see how to get the file name. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at how you can use an image that the user has selected from the gallery in your application. Specifically, we're going to look at how you convert a gallery URI to an actual file name that your application can use. So in the last tutorial we looked at creating an intent to browse the gallery using this intent action pick and media store images.media external content URI intent, and that opens the gallery, and I've used start activity for result and supplied this value browse gallery request that I defined, which is just equal to 1, I think, but that's completely arbitrary. And then in on activity result we say that if the request code is browse gallery request, in other words if we're returning from that activity that I just started, the gallery one, then I'm going to do intent.getData, where the intent in question is this one here that's passed to my on activity result. So whatever you call this up here, that's what we're talking about down here, and I'm just saying, in this case I've called it data, and I'm saying data.getData, but actually maybe it's less confusing to call it intent and then say intent.getData. And now what intent.getData does when you're returning from a gallery is it gets you a URI of an image, so not a file name but an identifier of that image within the gallery. And I output some debug information here, and if we go to DDMS and look at it, this is what it looks like. It's contents : / media external images media, and then some number, and that identifies the image uniquely within the gallery, but it's no use for actually displaying an image in an image view, because for that you really need a URI or a file name or something like that, or a bitmap. So to get the actual URI of the actual file, the actual image file itself, we need to do a little bit of extra work. And the stuff I'm about to show you, it certainly works on my phone, and as far as I know it works on the majority of phones, but if the user has installed a custom file manager or something like that, it's possible that it might not work. And I've even seen suggestions that sometimes the images in the gallery can be so big that you can't set them in an image view, and that's maybe a memory issue. I've never had that problem myself, but at least one person on the internet says that. And so there are images surrounding this whole there are issues surrounding this whole business, and if you want this to definitely work in your application, I'd encourage you to do some googling with strings like Android, Java, gallery, browse image, and look at all the different solutions you can find and see if there are any issues that people mention that you might want to fix yourself. But the method that I'm going to show you here should work kind of, I don't know, 99% of the time, I would hope. So what I need to do is I need to query the gallery basically, and the first thing we need to do is create an array of columns of data that we will want our query to return. So I'm going to say here string array equals, and I'm going to define a string array here, and in it I'm just going to put one value, which is going to be media store dot images dot media dot and data is the one we want, this one here, this is quite sort of unintuitive, I would say. Let's call that columns, but this is what you need to use. And notice this kind of media store images dot media, we actually already used that when we were creating the intent to browse the gallery in the first place, media store images dot media, but then we used external content URI. And here we need to use the data value to say that this is actually going to filter the column that we bring back. So we're going to query the gallery, and we could bring back a load of different columns for each image, giving different bits of information. But I just want the one that actually contains the actual location of the actual data, the image data on disk, and this is the column that happens to contain that. And the next thing we do is we say get content resolver, and that's a method of your activity, and query, and the query takes a URI, and the URI here, this first value here, is going to be intent.getData in my case. So let's say here, for example, URI image URI equals intent.getData. And I appreciate a lot of this it seems a little unintuitive, and we may well get back to doing queries on things and resolving content in a future tutorial. But for the moment I'm just going to show you how it works so you can get at least an initial look at it. And the intent here, as I just explained, is this intent here. So I'm getting the URI from my intent, and then I need to supply it as the first argument to this query, image URI. And now the second one, which is strangely called projection, is actually the list of column names that I want to bring back. So I'm going to supply this string list of columns to bring back. And the rest of these columns here I'm not going to use, so I'm going to set them equal to null, 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 and null. Now if I save that, yeah, the error goes away, and this actually brings back a cursor object. So I'm going to say cursor equals get content resolver.query. Now the cursor is kind of a pointer into a set of results, and there should only be one result here, of course, so we're not going to make too much use of it. But the cursor, when it's returned, is positioned before the first result. So what I need to do is move it to point at the actual first result by saying cursor.move to first. And now it will be pointing at the actual first result. And I'll need to say cursor.close. So I'll do that already here, so I don't forget. It's important to close cursors, or you'll have, I don't know, maybe a memory leak. And then in between these two, so of course before cursor.close, I can say cursor.get. Now there's a bunch of methods here, and actually I want to say get column index and supply it the column name, which is going to be columns bracket array bracket 0. There we go, 0. Now if we were saying here we only want to bring back one column, so I presume the column index will be 0, but I'm not completely sure, and all the example code I've seen for doing this has gone through the business of getting the index of the right column within the results and then getting the column in 2 steps. So I'll follow that here as well, although I'm not sure it's necessary. So I'll say here int column index equals cursor.get column index and supply the name of the column, which is just this here from this array. And now having done that, I can say cursor.get string and supply the column index, which is the one that I just found. And as I say, I think this would probably always be 0, but I'm really not sure, so I'm going to err on the side of caution and do what all the examples I've seen do. And now that string that's returned should be the actual path to the image. So let's say path equals, well, let's say something like image path. equals. And now, because I actually want to store a URI, because that's what my camera action returned, I can, if I want, convert that to a URI. So I can say I've got a URI, which is my instance variable here. It's my image. I'm going to say equals image equals URI dot parse and pass it the image path. Now from there on, I'm already handling what I want to do. And what I actually do is I start another activity and pass it that image URI, the one that I just got here. So I get an image path and pass it into a URI, and then I pass that on to my image activity. But it's actually pretty simple what actually goes on here. And if I just follow this through, so let's take a look. In fact, let's expand the source view here, and here's my image activity, and it's got this method reset, where are we, reset image or something like that, set image. So it actually gets passed into here, and all that does is it says image view, and this is a handle to my image view got from the XML layout, dot set image URI, and it passes it that URI. And image views have a bunch of methods for setting images using a bitmap, or I think you can also use a string, so I could have used the string directly. So set image, drawable, set image, bitmap, so maybe not a string. Yeah, so if I had a file name, I'd need to use bitmapfactory.decode image or whatever it's called, which we covered in a previous tutorial. But here I'm just using the URI directly to set the image on the image view. And now let's go back to main activity now. So with a bit of luck, now we should get the image URI here, and I've got some debug output to just output the path, just image.getPath on that URI here. So just get path, and that should display the actual file name of my image. And let's just try that and run it. And while this is running, let me just quickly recap. So basically, to take the relevant bits out of this application, you need to start the right intent to browse the gallery with intent.actionPick and the external content URI of mediastoreimages.media. And then in onActivityResult, check that you're returning from the right activity in the usual way, and then specify the columns you want to get for your image, and you do get contentResolver.query, pass it the image URI, which you can get from intent.getData, assuming the user's using the standard gallery that's already installed on their phone and not some custom kind of gallery or something. And pass it the columns that you want to get, which is going to be this data column here from the media store called cursor.move to first, and then get the actual column that you want using getColumnIndex and passing it the column name, which again is this here. And then we get the path by saying cursor.getString and passing it the column index. And if you want, you can convert that to a URI by saying URI.parse, and don't forget to close the cursor. So finally, let's take a look and see if this works. So I'm going to go to my application now and log into my application, and whoops, I think I touched the wrong points there. Let's try again. There we go. And let's go to replace image here and browse the gallery. And when the gallery comes up, I will select a picture, and this has actually gone through now to the next bit of my application. So I put some more code in my application that and you can see actually in the background here, it's actually worked. It's actually set the my image view to use the image using the URI that I retrieved down here. And if I touch 4 points on my application, I can log into my application. And if I look at what's been retrieved in the debug output here, it's the actual name of an image. So we've gone from an image URI, which looks like this, content, media, external images, and so on. which is not much use for actually using with the image view, to getting this actual path to an image, which I can convert to a URI and use directly with my image view to display the image. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. Quite a lot of stuff and a little bit obscure, but I'd encourage you, if you feel like you've got lost with this, just do what I did, which was basically just Google like Android Java pick gallery image or something like that, and just look at example code and cut and paste it and modify it for your own needs, which is a really good way to learn Java in general, I find. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at the application lifecycle. Sorry, that should be the activity lifecycle in Android. So if you go to Google and you search for Android activity lifecycle, you'll find this page from developer.android.com, which has a really nice diagram in it if you scroll down a bit. And after you've installed your activity, it's of course not necessarily running, and activities in Android, they tend to stay running for a long time in the background after you've started them. So when you start your application, what happens is the onCreate method is called, and we've been overriding our onCreate method to do kind of our setup in the application. We call super.onCreate, which is very important, and then we kind of set up the application's layout and anything else that we need to set up to initially run the application, and that all happens in the overridden onCreate method. Now after onCreate, onStart is called, and then onResume, and then the activity is running in the foreground. And if your activity is shut down, and it could be shut down by, for example, if you've stopped your application, you've gone to another application altogether, and memory gets low, Android might decide to actually shut down your application rather than to leave it running in the background. And when that happens, onPause is called, then onStop, then onDestroy. So all these methods are called in sequence. But now it can also happen that if your, let's say your activity is running and a dialog comes up, a system dialog, so your activity is still visible but it's no longer in the foreground, then your application, your activity, will enter the onPause state, and your activity's onPause method will be called. So we'll go to here in the diagram, and after onPause there are two things that could happen. One is that your application could end up being stopped and then destroyed, for example, because onPause is just one step on the way towards closing down the application. But most often the user will probably go back to your application, or at least, I say most often, certainly this is a frequent possibility. And if the user returns to your application and the application is brought back into the foreground, then onResume will be called and the activity will be running again. Similarly, if your application's stopped, if you go to another application completely so that your activity is no longer even visible in the background, it will be stopped. So it's still kind of hanging around in the background in a stop state, but it's not destroyed, it's still loaded into memory. And in that case, after onStop, either it can happen that your application will be started again because the user goes back to it, in which case onRestart is called, then onStart is called again, and then onResume, and then your activity is running again. But it could also happen that the activity will be closed down by Android to reclaim the memory, for example, in which case onDestroy will be called and the activity will be shut down. So a quick summary is that first of all, it's important to realize that these methods are always called in sequence. If onCreate is called, then well, let's say, yeah, if onCreate is called, then the next step will be onStart and onResume before the activity is running. And similarly, if the activity is shut down, first onPause will be called, then onStop, then onDestroy. And if your application is no longer in the foreground but still running, it will enter the pause state, so onPause will be called, and before it can unpause and become and get into the foreground again. On resume will be called. And if your application is not even visible, so it's the user's using another application altogether, or another activity I should really say, then the activity will be stopped. It will enter the on stop state, and it will go through on pause first, then on stop, and from on stop the application can either be restarted, in which case on restart and on start is called, and then on resume, and then it's running, or it could be destroyed this way. So when you first encounter this, I think it seems quite complex, but it's actually really simple once you get your head around it and you can remember which methods are involved. And we've already looked at the onCreate method here. We've used that to set our application up, and here we're going to make use, in this tutorial, we're going to make use of onPause, because onPause, as I say, it's used whenever your activity goes out, recedes from the foreground. So if some system dialog comes up, onPause will be called, but it's also called before your application is destroyed. And this means that onPause is a pretty good place to save your data, because it will happen, you can expect it to happen during the kind of life of the activity, and it will always happen before the activity is destroyed. So in onPause, if you've got some data to save, and as long as it doesn't take more than a brief amount of time, most a second or two, to save that data, you can do it in onPause. And if your activity has to save a lot of data, then don't try to do it in onPause, because your application may get stopped or destroyed before it can complete. If your application has to save a lot of data, you need to be saving it as you go along while your activity is actually running. Now in my my Note Squirrel application, let's see, here's my emulator, and I just want to close down this keyboard here by touching my phone. I've got this text that the user can type here, and I've got a save button to save the text, and I've rearranged my application just a little bit so that the text is saved in a method called save text. So if we go to my main activity, which presents this screen here, then I've given it a, where are we, a save text method. Yeah, it's down here, the main activity, and here's save text, and this saves the text in response to the save button being clicked here. But I could also add this to onPause. So let's right click here and go to source, override implement methods, and I'm going to look for onPause in here, override this, and I'm going to leave super on pause in there. It's really important that that should stay there, but I'm going to add save text in here and just save that. And now my application will try to save its text whenever it goes into pause mode, which could be because the application is being shut down, or it could just be that it's no longer in the foreground because some dialogue has come up. And it could also be because it's being stopped because the user is changing to another program. You see, if the application is stopped, it will first go through onPause. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and we're going to move on soon, I think, to actually deploying this application, to actually publishing it, in fact. So join me again next time, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to just look at some things that you should do prior to publishing your application. So let's say you want to publish your application on the Google Store, the Android Play Store. Then there are a few things that you need to do first, and most important, you need to thoroughly test your application. And things you should check are, like, for example, make sure obviously that your application works. Check it as much as possible. Check that when you turn your phone on its side and you go into landscape mode and back again, that your application doesn't crash. And check that if someone calls your phone while you're using the application, check that that doesn't crash it. Check that you can switch to other applications and back again without your application either crashing or losing its state or anything like that. And also, you should be aware that commercial companies that actually develop mobile phone software are never content just with testing on an emulator, and neither should you be. You need to test it on at least one mobile phone. But if ideally you should check it on lots of phones, different kinds of phones, and a company that actually releases mobile phone software will do that. They'll have a bunch of different phones, different types, and they'll check it on those. So I'd say at the minimum try like a couple of different emulators and your own phone, but it's much better if you can test it on multiple phones, whether that means giving the application to your friends or whatever. So let's say you've thoroughly tested your application, preferably on a bunch of different devices, because the emulators can never be relied upon to faithfully emulate a real phone. And you tested it on multiple emulators. A few more things to check are in your manifest. Check that you've set the user's SDK correctly. So this should specify the minimum SDK version which you should have tested that your application can work with, and also the target SDK version, the one that ideally the user would have for your application to run. And if you set minimum SDK to anything greater than 0, it's going to limit the number of phones that your application can run on. But you don't want to say that your application can run on SDK version 1 if in fact it doesn't, because that will just get you bad reviews in the Google market. You might want to add things like support screens to say which kind of screens it can run on, and also check your permissions. So I'm requesting write external storage here, which I need for this application, and you should specify as few permissions as possible, because these can put users off installing your application. But if you need a permission, you have to request it, otherwise your application simply won't work. You might also need to specify this uses feature node in your manifest, on the main kind of screen of your manifest here, which I actually forgot. I need for this application android.hardware.camera, and that kind of says, if I say set this to false, I'm saying that ideally you should have a camera to run this application as well. Now, strictly speaking, what you list under permissions, that determines what your application can literally do on your phone, while here the uses feature node, this kind of just informs some external entity, which in this case will be the Google Play Store if I upload this application, that your application would like to use this feature. And both the uses feature and the permission nodes, they can both affect whether a particular user with a particular phone can see your application on the Google market. But so you want to add as few as possible, but of both of these, but you need to add enough to cover whatever your application needs and does. And the other thing to check is, if you go to application in a manifest, check that debuggable is set to false, because you don't want to release a debug version of an application. And it goes without saying, make sure your application is compiles properly and doesn't have any too many warnings or anything crazy like that in it. Although the odd warning or two is no problem in general, because you can get warnings just because you've, for example, you've not declared a serialization ID in your application, which you absolutely don't need, but Eclipse will warn you if you don't have one. Anyway, that's it basically, and the take-home message is: test thoroughly, check your uses feature and your permissions that you've requested, and make sure debuggable is switched off. And that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at taking screenshots of your application using DDMS. So if you run your application, and I've got mine running on my phone at the moment, which is plugged into my computer, and you go to DDMS here, notice there's a screenshot button up here, and if I click this, I can get a screenshot of my application, which I can then save. And you'll need some screenshots if you want to publish your application. You'll need them for the Google Store. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial. Very quick and simple. And until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to talk about signing and exporting your application. So if you want to publish an application, and also if you want to do certain things like use the Google Maps API, you need to digitally sign your application, and that's a lot less difficult than it probably sounds. And in fact, you can sign it yourself. You don't need an external certificate or authority, and you can do it from Eclipse. So I've got my finished application here, Note Squirrel, and I'm going to right click my application and I'll go to export, which is here somewhere. There we go, export, and I'll select this Android folder and go to export Android application and click next. Okay, so here I can select the project that I want to export, which is kind of pre-filled in because I got here by right clicking my project, and I'll click next. Now you need to create a key store if you haven't already got one, and a key store is a file that stores your digital certificate, and you can reuse this certificate for multiple applications if you want to. The important thing is just don't lose it, because if you lose it you won't be able to upgrade your application. So here I'm going to go to create new key store, and I'll select a location for it by browsing. I'll put it in this C tutorial folder, and I'm going to call this johnwpurcell.keystore just because that's my name. And you need to give your key store a password. So I'll give this some kind of password. There we go, and I'll click next. And now I need to create a particular key for my application. Well, actually, I'm just here creating a key that goes in the key store. So I can, and again I can reuse this for multiple applications. So I could call this key 1 or something like that, and I'm gonna create a password for this, and there we go. And the validity, I think your keys have to expire by 2033 at the moment, or so I've read, but it's 2012 now, so I'm going to give this 30 years validity and see how that goes. And I'll fill in my name here, and for organization I'm just going to fill in my website URL, caveofprogramming.com, and you can fill in the rest if you want. I'm not going to, just because I move from country to country a lot. And I'll click next. Actually, maybe I'll put UK, which is after all where I'm from. And so I'll click next, and now I need to export the APK file that will actually contain my application, and it will be signed using the key that I've just created. So I'll select, I've got a folder selected here, and I'm calling it notesquirrel.apk because my application is called Notesquirrel, and I'll just click finish. And let's browse to that location. So C tutorial, and let's sort by date modified. And here we go. Here's my notesquirrel.apk that contains my application, which I can now upload to the Google Store. And here is my key store, which contains my key, which I've used to sign this application. Okay, so that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial we're going to look at publishing your application in the Google Store. Now, I've already exported and digitally signed my application, and I've created screenshots of it, And I've also created a few other graphics that you'll need, and you can see what those are when you go to the actual page where you can upload your application. But in particular, among other things, you'll need at the moment a 512 by 512 very large version of your icons application to use in the store, I suppose. So let's go to market.android.com/publish, and you need to create a developer account. And if you go to this page for the first time, it will ask you if you want to create an account, and you'll need to pay $25 to create an account. But once you've created a developer account, you can upload as many applications as you want, and you don't have to pay $25 again. So I've already created my developer account and I've paid my $25, and now I'm going to go to upload application here on this page, and I'll select my APK, which I exported in the last tutorial, my Note Squirrel APK containing my application, and I'll click upload. And I'm just going to come back in a second when that's finished. Okay, so I've now uploaded my APK file, and I get this screen, and it warns me that my app requests 2 permissions and requests 2 features that will be used to filter it. So these are the permissions and the uses feature nodes that we talked about earlier. And as long as there are no horrible warnings here, you can click save and then upload stuff here. So it's a great big form, and I won't go through this because it explains what you need to upload, and you'll need screenshots and a high resolution application icon, 512 by 512, and fill in a bunch of information. And when you've finished, then you can go ahead and try to save it and publish it. So I'll do that now, and I'll come back very shortly. Okay, so I've filled in the details for my application, and I just want to draw your attention to a couple of things in this page here. And one thing is, you'll notice that I've said that my application will be free because it's just a demo application basically. If you want to sell it, you need to set up a merchant account here, and you probably won't get lots and lots of installs of your application unless you promote it yourself. So if you do make an application, you probably want to think about maybe creating a website, or even creating videos for YouTube and sharing it on social kind of networks and things like that. And another thing is that if you look at this text here, Google will actually filter your device depending on your permission settings, and if this says 0, just make sure that you haven't set some crazy permissions in your application, and also make sure that you've uploaded an APK file, and you need to click a link in here somewhere to activate it, which has now disappeared because I have activated this, but I think it was originally on this page. So make sure you've uploaded an APK and you've activated it, and then save. And this says, once you've set the price to free, you can't change it again, apparently. And once you've done that, you should see that your application is available to more than 0 devices. So let's just search for devices in here. And this says this is available to 1,595 devices, which is surprisingly small, actually. But actually, no, it's not surprisingly large, because when you look at these are not individual people, these are actual different kinds of devices, of course. So yeah. Okay, and once you've done that, hopefully you can publish it. So I'll go ahead and do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. Let me get rid of this dialog, and to publish it, all you need to do is click this publish button here and say that you understand. And I've got some errors as I expected, so I'll correct those and be back shortly. Okay, I'm back again, and now I've successfully published my application. The only thing I forgot was to check the box to say that I didn't want to publish a privacy policy, and the form warned me of that when I tried to click publish. And so now I've got a published application, and I'm not expecting to get rich of it because it is just a little demo app. and I'm not planning to publicize it except in these tutorials. And I will upload the full source code for this application and all the source code that you've seen in these tutorials, along with the lectures, so you'll be able to find them connected to this series of tutorials somewhere. Okay, so that's it for this time, and I hope you get rich with your application if you publish it. And oh yeah, I should mention as well that if you don't charge money for your application, you can also integrate advertising into it and make money that way. But I'm just publishing this app for the fun of it and for this tutorial series really. Okay, so until next time, happy coding. Hello, this is John from caveofprogramming.com, and in this tutorial I just want to talk really quickly a little bit about using third-party APIs. And I'm not really too well acquainted with many third-party Android APIs, to be honest, but a couple of the ones that I am acquainted with, one of them you deploy it just by linking a jar file with your application, and another it seemed like you had to kind of set up some kind of link project or something. And it's quite possible that there's a lot of stuff that's a lot of gaps in my knowledge at this point. And what I'm going to show you in this tutorial is a little bit that I do know, which is how to use a third-party API in the form of a Java jar with Android, which you can probably figure out for yourself if you've done much Java, but just in case it's not clear, I'll go through it here. So I've created a little demo API jar myself. I created this project and I just put a class in it called text, and it's got a static method called get, which just returns this text, hello there, from the demo API. And I created my own little API demo by just going to export on this project and exporting it as a jar file. So hopefully if you're using a third-party API, hopefully you can get a jar file from somewhere, because using a jar file seems to me to be by far the easiest way of working with a third-party API. And even if they give you the source or something dreadful like that, hopefully you can compile it into a project and create your own jar file from it, like this one. So I've already created this API demo.jar that contains my class, which is in this package here. And I'm going to go ahead and add that to this demo application that I've created. I've got this application called demo, and I've just used all the default settings, except that I've given the text view a ID. Where are we? So in layout here, actually I've got it open here. I've given it an ID of text, and in my main activity I've got a handle to the text view and I've set the text on it to this demo thing here. So it just looks like this. And I just want to get some text from my so-called third-party API that I've just created and display it in this text field. So I'll go to where I exported the jar to, it's this API demo.jar, and I'll copy it, and I'll go to Eclipse and I'll open this, I'll go to this libs folder here, and libs is where you put your third-party API jars. So I'll right click that and paste it in, and if you copy it in on the disk into the actual folder using Windows Explorer or something like that, then don't forget to right click it and go to refresh afterwards, because otherwise it won't appear in there. And then I'll do what you normally do for a Java project. I'll right click it and I'll go to the working path thingamajig that my brain's temporarily frozen. So I'll right click and go to build path and configure build path, and I've already added it in. Let me just delete that. So I'll go to add jars, and if you expand your project and just browse to the libs folder and then select it and click OK, so it should appear in this list here. So you've got your jar file in the libs folder, and you've got it in this libraries list in your Java build path. So I click OK, and now we can go ahead and use that jar. So I can use classes from that jar. So in textView.setText, now I'm going to say text, which is the name of a class that I created in that jar file, .get, and that returns some text. And I'll add the import with Control-Shift-O, and we can see that it's found that class because I've got the right input here. This is the class that I created. And if you haven't successfully added the stuff in your API jar, then it's possible that you might add the wrong input when you do Control-Shift-O. Then you'll get a strange error, and you need to just check up here among the imports. You might need to expand them and make sure that you've added the right import, and you should be able to see the class that you've added if you go to Reference Libraries, which is here, and you should see your jar in there, and you should be able to expand it and find even the class that you want to use. So if that's not in, if your jar file isn't in Reference Libraries, then there's something wrong. And now that I've done that, I can just click Run, and it's going to run on my phone, and we're going to see text that's been retrieved from this very, very simple third-party API that I just created. And that is the sum total of my knowledge about external APIs. I think I've just worked with two actually, and they were both graphics libraries. One was well, kind of animation libraries, and one was libGDX, which also supplies you a jar, and the other was AndEngine, which I just took a bit of a look at. And to set up AndEngine, you can create a jar ultimately, though we've got the right text, and it seems like a good idea. But once you start having to build your own jar and stuff like that, personally I always feel uneasy, because I start thinking, if this API was in any kind of a state such that it was fit to be used by other people, wouldn't they just build a jar automatically for you and let you download it? So as soon as you start building a jar, my interest personally wanes, but hopefully most third-party APIs will supply you with a jar that you can just link with your project. And if that's not the case in your experience, then do drop me a line and let me know, and tell me what horrors you've encountered. And I can't promise, but I might look into it and try to understand what has to be done in other cases. So that's it for this tutorial, and until next time, happy coding.